So, all the arguments from the pen which I've had, I was just laughing. I said, look at these people. Apparently, somebody is misleading them. Okay. If those people should go to court, Le Pen will be beaten hands down. You don't have any right to force anybody to belong to your union.
It's a freedom of association. It's not compulsory.
You don't have any rights. Seriously, you don't. Nobody can support that. Already, sorry, they set up shops in front of Dangote refinery where they are collecting money as I talk to you. Any talk that passes and comes in there, they collect money. I think they said yesterday also we were talking about 1,000 naira per liter. 1,000 per liter.
No, per truck.
Oh, is it? No, they say per liter.
It's per
liter of yes.
I don't think it's 1,000 naira. I think
it can be 1,000 naira, maybe
1,000 naira. It's they collect per liter.
Okay.
I don't think it's 1,000 naira.
Okay, fine. Whatever, but they are collecting money already.
But what right have they?
Now, fine. That money they are collecting, please, somebody should tell me, what are they using it for? Are they using it to build their own refinery, or are they using it to do? I don't understand. Just somebody should tell me. You can see what this union are doing. They have become a fat cow, not contributing or adding value. It's like what these agberos are doing in bus stops. Exactly the same thing. These agberos who go and collect money from them, owo mida. What are you doing with that owo? A journalist did an yes on that money that over 150 billion per annum. In this Lagos, 150 billion naira per annum that is not going into government coffers. He took data of all the Kope, all the Okada, all the Danfo, buses that are in Lagos registered. And he now ask them how much they pay each day. All over Lagos, how each person pay every day. This guy was able to. So when he was doing that interview, some people said, no, it's more than that, it's more than that. But at least 150 billion going into private pockets in Lagos here. Is that not? That's why this trouble can never end. And then you and I, who enter bus, are the ones they are sucking our blood. You can imagine.
You need to
the
see.
Same thing we
need to
see. That is what Dangote want to break.
The kind of affluence these union leaders.
I am telling you, they are living in a.
They even go in convoy.
I'm saying
like state actors. They go in convoy.
Have you seen MC Oluomo coming? Have you seen him? MC Oluomo.
You would think forgotten this guy's name. I think it's Oni Kolia say when he was a Maritime Workers Union president.
So
he had about 15 policemen.
And
the only way to announce his arrival in his office is gunshots.
Of course, yeah, yes, it's true.
Where are these people getting the money from? From the hapless Nigerians.
I'm telling you.
Why? Honestly, maybe it's democracy that is allowing all this. There was a time they banned unions now.
I'm telling you, the military, I think they did.
The military did it.
Abi?
And everyone did not fall.
Because they are constituted a nuisance.
Now, how will you now relate this Le Pen action to the welfare of Nigerians?
Even their workers. Have you seen them come to the rescue of any of our workers? No. When they have accident or die, do you see that Le Pen came to their rescue?
It is the company's problem. It's not Le Pen.
Exactly.
But the fit part of this company.
Yes. So that is what the politics that Nigerians do not understand. They are saying that Dangote want to bring slavery. Are you serious? If it is like that, go open your own refinery.
The man is not in support of what Le Pen is doing. So they're asking their members to register directly.
Simple.
With Dangote refinery and get fuel. Well, let's go to other headlines here. FG orders relocation of roaming cattle to grazing reserves. Let's have your reaction to that one. We also have the big story. I think I'll come back to the big story. $4.5 billion fraud trial. Court grants Emefiele's request for forensic examination. Let's have your reaction to those two.
Please, I want to ask, where are the grazing reserves that they ask
to relocate to?
Please, where are they? Did they identify where these grazing reserves are so that we can now ask them if they now commit another infraction. You can see how the government behaves. You didn't provide alternative. You are just talking. Where are the grazing reserves in Nigeria where these cattle rearers can go? By the way, are you the one to provide it for them? Other people that
are private business.
Other people that are doing business, have they caused problem for anybody? Why must we pamper these people for God's sake, Mr. Moses? Can somebody explain to me? Begging them to do the needful. In fact, this thing is very annoying, seriously. Very, very annoying. I can't explain why the federal government have continued to pamper Fulani herdsmen in their business. Nobody have come out to say, yeah, this is the reason why we are doing so. By the time they now make other businessmen or other sectors of the economy to start acting and behaving like Fulani herdsmen, are you not creating problem? Imagine a house where you have 3 children. You are pampering 2, making them look like they are the one that own the house and all that. Then the other one, who even happen to be the first one, you treat him like a slave. Do you think that that one will be happy? Is it not a question of time before this one will say, okay, since you people don't recognize me in this house, I will set this house on fire, let everybody get out. And then you start blaming Satan and all the rest. The federal government is not doing properly in this particular matter. The way they are doing this, we have advised and talked, they don't want to listen. They are the ones that are pampering these Fulani herdsmen in their arrogant behavior. I don't see why they should be pampered to this level. I don't see how. It's very wrong. They are the ones fueling this insecurity.
On the flip side, there are 2 things that we tend to overlook in this others problem. Moses, I found out one thing lately. Do you know that most of these cows that roam the streets are owned by non-Fulanis? And these are powerful men. That they are untouchable. Yes. That they are untouchable.
I agree with you.
That's why you see the one roaming along the airport road, nobody can catch it. Because it's just a phone call and that DPO will be redeployed within 24 hours. And yet, we come hard on this.
But
the person
whoever owns it is on one side, but who they employ to help them.
The man employed is not lettered. He doesn't understand this language we are talking about.
No, they are just ignorance. Ignorance is not
Yetiala, right? That's the organization.
Exactly. They have an organization. And ignorance is not an excuse in law.
You see, the law you are talking about, these people, do you know that there are some people that are even immune to punishment?
Immune
to punishment.
How?
They don't care. The threshold of pain absorption is so high that they don't care.
Yes, when they see
somebody, a military man that was at the theater of war during the Sambisa's heady days, told me that anytime they catch some of these small boys that are Boko Haram members, that what they do is they beg them to shoot them in the head so that they won't feel much pain.
That's quick.
I'm telling you.
That's honorable, actually.
I'm telling you. Because they have been indoctrinated to the point that they are not looking at the pain, they are looking at hereafter.
It's honorable because it's only cowards that survive the course of war.
Because you choose to go into battle, yes. You know the
they say it's only cowards. That was what Ojukwu said. So cowards survive the course of war.
Anybody that is in a theater of war.
You see, we have something to lose. That's why we are seated there and we are looking at it that way. But this header, just check out these ones around us. Even when you threaten them, they look so oblivious of what you are saying. They don't see it. But the point I'm making about this is, where should we, that we talk so much about all these problems, why should we be the ones that are aiding and abetting it? There was a day I was in my hometown. They arrested, Amotekun arrested over 150 cows with the herders, 3 of them. And they were marching them along the street. People were hailing them. But by the time I went to Amotekun yard the following day, not a single one, except dogs. Not a single one of that cow. Did they kill them? They were released overnight. It's just a phone call from somebody.
You see, what this is can only happen if you have a weak government. Let us call a spade a spade.
But the government does not exist in vacuum.
These people that are doing this thing, they are not immune to punishment. I don't believe that anybody is above the law, or that because of your ignorance, therefore we must exempt you from the law. That is, you are breeding anarchy. That's the truth. By the time they face the wrath,
are we talking reality here?
Yes, we should.
Oh, we have been utopian.
No, we should. Because when they face the real wrath of the law, their brain will reset.
When would that word come?
It is when you have a good government who don't take rubbish. I'm not joking.
Okay, let's take some more.
Should we resign to faith?
We're not resigning to faith, but at times we have to look at the two sides and then examine what is there that we don't even see.
I won't look at you understand? That side.
I am not saying that people should not be punished for infraction. But what I'm saying is, we should go after, they are the fat cows.
No, they didn't commit anything. You can't hold them under the law.
Wait.
It is the man that committed the offender you should hold.
Wait, barrister. We are not talking about murder here. We are not talking about, but we're talking about business that should be business, private business, that is almost becoming like government business. It was because of these people that they had to set up livestock ministry, different from Ministry of Agriculture. So that is the reality. But what we are saying is, those who are the owners of these cows, these guys are just employees in most cases. Can't we go after these people and rein them in?
No, you cannot.
I don't have a problem.
You cannot.
Sorry, I don't have a problem with government funding this business, to an extent, because we saw how much that was spent on the aviation industry bailout. In fact, some of the people went with the money when their airlines collapsed and all of that. Government has always intervened in businesses. I don't have a problem with government intervening anyhow they can to ensure that the business grows. Because when the business grows, it adds to our GDP and all of that. But to the extent that it stops being a nuisance to others, that is what we are looking at now.
And if government is funding such a business, are you not aiding and abetting criminality?
No. The government didn't say that your cow should go and destroy farmers' farms. Should go and destroy farms and all of that.
Sure, yes.
So we are looking for a middle ground.
Okay.
Between funding and doing what is right, to the extent that, look, everybody, both the farmer and the header, they are at peace.
Like if you say, don't graze on the open field or open air or on the road, any cow that is caught, please arrest that cow and let people within the area slaughter it and share the meat.
That is covered by the law.
You are encouraging violence.
Is that covered by the law?
No,
you have always advocated rule of law. Now you are saying I should slaughter another man's cow.
Okay. The other man that now infiltrated my farmland and finished my crop, what was he thinking?
Okay, let's get to other headlines here. Let's talk about doctors now. It's The Guardian has this headline. It says, NMA rejects salary cuts for Lagos doctors, faults FG on funding. And then when you go to other dailies, New Telegraph has it as its big story. It says, incessant strikes, FG insensitive to doctors' welfare, says NMA. And looking at, I think, a few other headlines here from other papers as well. First Daily has its own report, says, hospitals on the brink. FCT doctors begin indefinite strike. Nation's capital faces health crisis as talks with FG collapse. Well, we have you have somebody within the medical field.
By association.
By association, yes. You have somebody within the medical field. What's
I'm not within the medical field.
You have
By
somebody
association. By association.
Just like you are a member of MBA by association.
But MBA is not on strike here. Doctors are.
On strike.
Resident doctors are on strike.
They will always be on strike.
They will always be on strike.
They will always be on strike. Because I've never seen a worker that is comfortable with his salary. They will always
It's
be
the
on strike.
enabling environment.
But the annoying part of all this is they are so deceptive, all these unions. I covered unions for more than 8 years. They are so deceptive. What they are after, they will put it at the last paragraph to make the optic right.
No. But do you agree that doctors are poorly paid?
Doctors, in the context of Nigeria.
All the professionals.
Yes, in Nigeria.
In the context of Nigeria,
about
if 70,000 is the minimum pay for workers in Nigeria, and the minimum doctors get is
How
about
much is hazard
280,000.
allowance for doctors?
And a doctor gets
280,000.
That's the minimum. How much is hazard allowance for doctors?
It depends on the number of hours.
And then
they do the calculations, but then it's also added to your emoluments.
no, state and federal is not the same.
Yes, it's not the same for state and federal.
States pay more. Some states pay more.
States pay more. Like Lagos State pays more.
Lagos State pays more.
You understand? But what we are saying is that within the context of Nigeria, except when we now begin to look at, we look at doctors in UAE, Nigerian doctors in Saudi Arabia, that's when you can say they are earning peanuts. But within Nigeria, doctors are still fairly treated. In fact, doctors are more, they are fairly treated more than the academics. You understand? Because as at today, professors don't earn up to 700,000, 600,000. But some consultants in the medical field, they earn more than that. So
should we be comparing them with? Other professions in Nigeria, but should we compare them with their counterparts abroad?
This is the market where they operate.
But the sickness
is the market.
Cuts over the world over.
No, if you know that
they can be doctors in Nigeria can be exposed to Ebola.
Let me tell you,
doctors abroad can be exposed to
you
Ebola.
have a choice within the country, either to go to private practice if you want to make more money. It's just like between a lawyer that decides. Let me tell you, do you think a lawyer like Falana
contracted Ebola and
wait, Moses? Every job has its own.
My argument is that
every job
them to other professions within Nigeria. Compare them to the world.
Every job has its own
hazards they face in Nigeria.
Every profession has its own hazard. Now, as we speak here,
hazards now.
Moses,
even in Gaza.
Yes, Moses. Do you know that as we are here in this studio?
They're not in Gaza.
No, are they in the? The doctors say, are they in Ebola?
Do we have a replica of Gaza in Nigeria?
The doctors
Do we have a replica of what is going on in Gaza in Nigeria?
The journalists get killed in all parts of the world.
Exactly. Even without war.
As
a matter of fact, as we are seated here now, talking, we could do certain things that we may not. Our going back home may not be guaranteed.
As you have already done.
No, gentlemen.
So, did you see the hazard on the lighter note?
I think that was on a lighter note.
Yes.
I want us to go back to the basics.
Everybody has.
Does it look like this pay disparity, like Daily pointed out,
yes,
between doctors and
in UK and everywhere?
No, in Nigeria. I'm looking at it from the Nigerian instance.
Do you know that doctors have separate salary scale?
Yes,
different from civil servants. Nurses have.
Lecturers used to have what they used to call USS.
Look, exactly.
Gentlemen, I'm sorry, sir. But my point is this. I want us to start from the beginning. When we talk about pay disparity, and Dele said that doctors get paid more than academics.
Yes.
Does it have to do with the cost of their training? Because we also know that in universities, medical students get paid. They pay more as tuition and every other thing. Does it have anything to do with
doctors who chose to go back to academics as professors, they pay them professors' salary.
Okay.
Now, so how do you?
Okay, so if they are working in the teaching hospital,
yes,
they get paid as
professors,
as consultants.
No, they get paid as professors, but because they are consultants in that teaching hospital, they get all the allowances that their counterpart as consultants get.
Okay.
Then,
You understand?
They have to do with their training.
Now,
Look,
let me tell you.
didn't you acquire training to get to where you are?
The summary of all
the medical
this.
students might have paid more.
Of course they do.
Uh-huh.
They do.
Now, the summary of all this is the priority that the government places on your health. That is just the summary. It is where their priority lie that they pay more attention. Look at political office holders and how much they take away every month. Can you compare it with any of the lawyers, doctors, or lecturers? Can you?
Which hazard do they face?
Politicians.
Yes.
Yeah,
They face the hazard of being beaten.
No, politically exposed people.
Don't mind him.
Politically exposed person.
They just brought that language. It doesn't add up because they are not suffering any hazard. The only hazard is criticism. That's all.
He has not seen places where politicians
Propaganda.
are pelted with water and stones in their constituencies.
I mean, that's when they go campaigning.
No.
It's all
If they come to their constituency and they don't have anything to show, they will beat them up.
No, it is not common in this our climate.
But it
happens.
exists.
It happens.
In this our climate, it's not common.
But it happens.
You hardly see that. Go and beat
So
any
lecturers, what hazards do they face?
lecturers.
Yes.
You don't need to be told.
Inhaling
Sexual harassment, accusation.
Who is accusing?
Don't they face it?
Who against you now?
The students.
Accusation.
But there will be the do
No,
before the accusation comes up.
Most time it is lazy.
Is that a form of
No,
hazard?
that is not harassment.
That's not.
No, that's
It's a
not
hazard because if you are not a lecturer, will anybody come and accuse you of such?
Anybody can be accused of harassment.
Sexual harassment. Sexual harassment
is occupational hazard.
It's not.
You are facing it because you're a lecturer.
In the context that you are talking about it.
Meanwhile, the same lady, the same girl.
Do you think that a student can actually harass a teacher?
Hey, they are 2-4.
What is sexual
Listen very well. Listen, Mr. Okoro, listen.
What is
Your mode of dressing. Your mode of
That is not
dressing.
sexual harassment.
Mr. Okoro,
No,
listen.
legally speaking.
Your mode
Legally,
of
if you
dressing.
define it, what is sexual harassment?
I'm coming. Let me tell you.
Okay.
Your mode of dressing can wake up the animal in a man.
That shouldn't be taken as a
That
harassment.
is not sexual harassment.
Hold on now.
But
Yes.
a situation whereby-
That's why they say you should. Why do they bring dress code in universities?
Okay,
Why-
yes.
For morality.
So that you can, yes,
in his office
to avoid temptation.
and a female student walks in, you know, exposing parts of her body and comes close and says, lecturer, and tries to seduce him.
Okay.
Is that not harassment?
Even
what is that?
Legally speaking, it's
even
not
wearing a
harassment. You know what
skimpy.
sexual harassment is? You contextualize sexual harassment to the extent that the person that is harassing has some kind of power leverage over the harassed. No. Barrister, let me
It's not enough.
This is a barrister. So
Yes.
It's not enough. It will not stand. It will not stand. It will not. It is your word.
Barrister, hold on now.
There are ingredients.
Barrister, allow him land and
if
then
I
you play
have
the
a
air.
female student, if I have a co-worker that is female,
Okay.
and I supervise the female student, the female worker,
Okay.
I supervise her to the point that, look, I can pressure her to do something. If she doesn't do it, then there's a penalty. Barrister, wait now, let me finish.
Go on now.
Sexual harassment means that there must be a power leverage over the person that is harassed. If I have a junior worker,
There must be power
leverage over the person that is harassing.
Okay.
By the person that is
Barrister
harassing.
here disagrees.
But I have not finished.
Okay,
I have not finished.
Hey, land.
Now let me land. If I have a worker here, junior worker, and she comes and exposes her body to me, that is an advancement.
And
it's an advancement.
seduces you.
It's an
maybe
advancement.
even touches you in the process.
It's an advancement. She's not harassing me because she doesn't have the power in the office to punish me.
No. I don't think so.
No, but I'm telling you.
Barrister, according to the law, what does the law say?
Good. For you to validate a case of sexual harassment,
Okay.
it must have come to a point whereby.
Barrister, you're choosing your words. You're finding it difficult to explain what sexual harassment is.
Allow him to talk.
I would choosing
Allow him
my
to
words.
Yeah, you are finding it difficult to
I
explain
am
what
not.
sexual
Hold
harassment is.
on. It must come to a point whereby your activities between the activities against this person is making it impossible for that person to move freely, function freely.
But it's just amplify the position.
Hold on, I'm coming now. Move freely, and then your character, your movement, your output in the workplace mostly is now reduced because of what you are getting from this other person, either the female or the male. But 90% of the time, it has always been the male against the female, at least in the Nigerian workplace. When you now begin to harass this female colleague to the extent that she now finds it difficult to even come to work, she's afraid of you.
You're buttressing his point.
Yeah, he's just validating my position.
No, but you said power.
Yes, because power.
Hold on now. In the case of, because this is not.
I thought you were on my side.
I am talking. No. You are talking.
Let me tell you.
Environment differ. In the academic circle or in academic environment, most of the time, it's both ways. Because the lecturer.
Barrister, one is harassment, one is advancement.
The question is, okay, is there a difference? Is there a significant difference between harassment and advancement?
Sexual advancement.
Seduction.
No, harassment is where the criminality aspect of it comes in.
Okay, Barrister, so
the
question is, according to the law, is it possible for one who is below an individual in maybe an academic space or a
position of authority
can influence the person by sexually intimidating or harassing? Is that? I don't want to use the word
that
harassment.
one is advances.
So you basically
yes. Advances. Harassment and advances are not the same thing. No.
Exactly what I
The weaker person, the female student who is making.
Or the man. It's possible for a man to be harassed too.
It is the way you look at it. It may be advancing.
If I have a female boss in the office, she can harass me by saying, Shukuma, if you don't do this, if you don't flow with me, there will be consequences.
Really?
Yes, that's harassment.
Okay, fine. That is the
now,
way.
Let me tell you something.
I told you that it's both ways.
Okay, I don't know.
Female
and that's exactly what I said. I don't know if any of you ever watched Disclosure by Michael Douglas and Sharon Stone, both the film and the book version of it. The book version was written by Michael Crichton, and it got to a point where the guy that was in Hong Kong, heading one department and all of that, was being supervised by a female. And the female was trying to make out with the guy. The guy rejected. When jury came into it, it was at that point that they said, look, this is a clear case of sexual harassment. Because the man, the lady could actually influence. Because she had a power leverage over the man. Okay. So basically, for lecturers, they can always harass.
Good.
But there might be advances.
When the female students now, when the female students
for you to refuse it.
Harasses the lecturer.
What if the advancement messes up his mental state?
Which is possible. By awarding,
I'm not going to be drawn into the fray.
It's possible, right?
Yes. That's why they get some marks that they do not deserve.
So it's possible for such advancements to affect the psychology of the lecturer.
But not harassment.
The advancement confuses him to the point where he starts to issue marks that she does not deserve.
Exactly. Or decision.
No, but that's still not harassment.
But that's still an offense.
No, that's still harassment.
That's an offense. It's harassment, right?
Advancement.
It's
still advancement.
Okay.
Because if the lecturer refuses, there are no consequences.
Or you can.
But if the girl refuses, there could be consequences. If you don't go with me, if you don't go out with me, I'm going to fail your course. It has happened several times. So we also look at the consequences, the penalty. The lecturer could say, well, the girl could make advances, and the lecturer would say, well, I'm not in for it. And there are no consequences.
You can call it sexual indiscretion.
But you're looking for language.
Okay, let's go to some other headlines now. We'll leave that one. But basically, what we're asking for is we don't want doctors to go on strike because when they do, people die. People who are in the hospitals who need care. May we not lose loved ones. Anyway, Peace deal collapses as bandits abduct 40 in Zamfara. This is as we're also making peace with bandits in Katsina. Okay. International Day. Nigeria's democracy faces grave threats from hunger, corruption. Atiku, CSOs, warn. All right. And also, stable exchange rate. Food prices drive down inflation to 20.12%. Well, these are the headlines, gentlemen.
Did you see why these peace overtures with terrorists can never work? Moses, have you seen the picture of that terrorist leader when he came to Katsina for that peace meeting? Oh my God.
The one that had weapons strapped on him, right?
Exactly. He came with a military barrack. The 3 rows, according to the picture and the description, were filled by his men, including those standing outside. All of them armed to the teeth. And the guy was just looking like, I don't know whether it's Idi Amin or whoever. He was just dictating the tune of the discussion. Those things he's carrying, if they tell you how many ammunition that are inside one of the magazines, in fact, 30. By calculation of all this, you are looking at 400 and something. That man was carrying on him alone, and you are coming for peace meeting. Who told you that such a meeting will be sustainable? At the end of the day, did it not collapse? It collapsed. So what was the reason for all the effort and everything? The military could not round them up and say, all of you. They didn't have the guts. You can see that Nigeria is in a very big mess. Seriously. Where terrorists will come to the open boldly, come to government facility to hold meeting without no fear, nothing. And after the meeting, they just walked away and went back to their abode. And yet, few minutes or few days down the line, the peace meeting collapsed. They went back to business. And somebody talking of kinetic and non-kinetic. Both kinetic and non-kinetic, has it ever worked?
Recently I started hearing this word kinetic.
I'm telling you, the military problem.
It was kinetic energy. I learned in secondary school.
It came instead.
So and at the point, even a certain governor, when they started addressing him as kinetic governor, and I went back to the dictionary to look for the meaning of kinetic and all of this. So, and what is going on in the world of insecurity in Nigeria? Like I keep saying, if you turn it 360 degrees, it boils down to the insincerity of leadership to fight it. If leadership is determined to fight it, they will do that. Because we have had, at a point, we saw Ihejirika, put up a very big fight against insecurity, insurgents. At that time, insurgents. They were not just terrorists, they were insurgents at that time.
Because he was giving a
they were looking for space.
He was giving a
They were looking for space. They had actually carved out some local government areas in Borno and hoisted their flag, but he was able to push back all of that. But certain people, you recall now, you always told me how a certain former head of state came to Lam Adesina's office and said, yeah, people are killing my people, and all of that. And at the time, they threatened to even go to ICC to report Ihejirika and all of that.
They did.
So it's all about sincerity. And as the commander-in-chief of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, you have your men, you have your commandants, the brigade commands and all of that. If actually you want to flush out, and as like even military men have also cried, they said, look, if we have the
free hand,
if we have the free hand, we will flush out these guys in a matter of moments. So it boils down to
but it's all about political consideration, because the government in power is looking at 2027. You don't want to.
No, government
was not looking for a second time when he allowed all this nonsense to happen.
So which goes back, apart from the political, there are also other angles.
Yes.
The social, the religious, the ethnic and cultural aspects of it.
All right, then. This will be a good place to anchor the conversation. I mean, we would like to continue this conversation on our social media handles to follow us across social media. Well, that's it on the show today. Lachukuma makes a return at 6 p.m. You want to share?
Yes, I would like to share because I'll be joined by Mazi Amobi Hemboro, and we are going to talk about the National Assembly clerk has said, look, my hands are off in what Natasha is going through. And we also hear that the APC national chairman is still a serving minister.
Oh, yes.
He has not resigned his position 53 days after assumed position as the APC national chairman. Join us there, and it promises to be quite interesting.
All right, that's it on the show today. And I'll see you next time, God willing. I'm Moses Humphrey. I must say a very big thank you to our analyst, Barrister Darlington Agumo, Daily Fanimo, and also Chukuma Okoro, who will be back here later today. I'll see you tomorrow. Bye for now.
Thank you.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lawn.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space. Exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor. through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
2564 is coming up on Burning 9 right.
2564 Atlantic Tower. What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Welcome to Kiddies Corner. Every weekend is a new journey. Join Auntie Oni as she embarks on thrilling adventures. Each episode takes the young explorers to a different fantastical world filled with exciting challenges, making new friends and learning valuable life lessons. The show begins with lots of excitement in a cozy storytelling mood. Parents teach the importance of kindness, honesty, bravery, teamwork, or curiosity. Kiddies Corner is a delightful blend of fun, education, and imagination with catchy songs, interactive games, and heartwarming stories. Join Auntie Oni every Saturday, 10 a.m. to 10:30 a.m. on Voice of the People Television. Kiddies Corner, perfect destination for curious minds.
My name is Esther. They call me the Oga of them are the general overseer of them all. Every man, every woman has got a voice where integrity is the volume. So this is Voice of the People's TV. Voice of the People's TV. So this is the people's voice. And the people's voice is the voice of God. That's the voice populi in Latin. The people's voice is the voice of God. So keep watching Voice of the People. In fact, my name is Voice of the People. Keep watching MC Adobe King.
Hi guys, my name is Kagan. I am Nigeria's biggest tech content creator. And I just wanted to give a quick shout out to Voice of the People TV. Keep watching, enjoy, and you're welcome.
My name is MC Alamano. The city call me Enjoyment Landlord. It's VOP TV. Keep watching VOP TV. Don't touch it down. Even if you want to touch it down, increase the volume. If you don't increase the volume, I told me.
My name is Collins Agawabe, popularly known as No My Day, but last, more than No My Day. Or more. Not be all so the cook right at the fry plantain. We keep on watching VOP TV. Hey. The voice of the people, the voice of Edo. If you don't want to get the authentic news for Edo, the way it be, that's why they show and they want to cut anything come on. A VOP TV.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
And more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth, the issues. On Voice of the People Television, don't just react, understand.
Everybody keep watching Voice of the People. All right? Love you all.
Hello, sweetie. What's going on? My name is Kiki. Keep watching VOP TV. Thanks.
Hey, guys. What's going on? Olumide Oru, the Fresh Prince of Lagos here, and this is VOP TV, guys.
Hello, guys. I want you to please keep on watching VOP TV.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Hafiz Oyetoro. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Shout out to VOP TV.
Very big shout out to the
boss. Yeah, Mokoena, Teboho Mokoena. I saw this one, I'm like, what's really going on? Are they going to sanction other side, the Equatorial Guinea player Nsue? We know the deal. Nsue, Emilio Nsue with the Spanish national team, the youth level, and then all of those things you can talk about. But I'm just wondering, I'm so surprised. Why are we going to see this happen? South Africa escaping this one. Is this to say it escaped already, or there is a talk about South Africa on this? Because recently we just heard the news. We have South Africa escaped sanctions in the latest FIFA release list despite fielding in, let's say, ineligible player Teboho Mokoena. South Africa has not been included in the FIFA's latest disciplinary sanctions list despite controversy surrounding their use of ineligible player Teboho Mokoena in the World Cup qualifier against Lesotho. This is crazy. This is really, really deep crazy to talk about. To remember that it's a thing like Mokoena not being. Well, let's go. Let's just have it on the swing side. And the World Cup is coming up next for under 20. That's for Chile. And so the Champions League also is the day. But this is next up. FIFA under 20 World Cup, Chile 2025, 27 September to 19 October, coming up very soon. And then we see how it goes. Nigeria is also involved. But this is a reminder. December awaits. 21 December, it starts the Group C, the World Cup qualifiers. And it's still, that was just one that we saw recently, but this is about the Nations Cup, where CAF, African Cup of Nations, Morocco will be bringing all African countries, qualified ones, together as one. We just showed the Nigerian group, the way it is, and where Nigeria find themselves in the Group C. We have Nigeria, Tunisia, you have Uganda and Tanzania. That's the other one. But for this one, it's 99 days to go. Yesterday was 100 days, but today it's 99. But let's get into talk points quickly before we talk about the Champions League. It's a day back now to me. The Champions League is up today, and we'll tell all of the games that were coming up very soon. But let's get into it and tell you about Nigeria and the latest FIFA ranking. Welcome, good morning. Thank you so much for joining us. This is the Sports Republic show, and my name is Kizzy K. Yes, so very, very great one. I was actually looking at the other side, but came on me and I'm like, you didn't call your name on side, but it's just what it is. Let's talk about this. MPFL news is just on the sideline. The NFF news is what we're talking about now, because Mbatto Super Eagles ranking, the Super Eagles have dropped another point on the ranking. This is how bad it is for Nigerian football, because I don't know where we're headed. With their 26 World Cup qualification in serious danger, Nigeria's drop, or let's say Nigerian Super Eagles, have again dropped in the monthly FIFA ranking. That's the word. The three-time African champions are now 45th best team in the world, with a spot below their August ranking. Now, after they beat Rwanda 1-0, if you remember, they were held to South Africa 1-1 to host, and that's for the World Cup qualifiers. And now we are now 45. Like, you say 45, it works. Because the Super Eagles now are in a very big danger of missing out on the World Cup for a second time consecutively. They are third in the Group C with 11 points from 8 matches, 6 points behind leader South Africa, with only the group winners guaranteed automatic qualification to next year's Mondial, USA, Canada, Mexico. Now, I tell you, the Super Eagles also will play their final 2 rounds of matches next month, away to Lesotho and home to second place Benin Republic on the 4 best groups. I need to say this so you understand. People have been asking questions. Let's know how it's going. On the 4 best runners-up teams from the 9 groups will qualify for the Continental Playoff, while the winner will then proceed to Continental Playoff for a possible 10th ticket for Africa. So we have 10 tickets, a different format in the World Cup shows, and this is the first time we'll be seeing this happen. And it will be that so bad that sports are given this way in African way, and Nigeria will happen to miss out on this very one. We'll tell a lot about Victor Osimhen. We'll tell about the NSC and the NFF. That's the point. And I don't know, when people say Nigeria, when they say the NFF, when they say our federation look unorganized, right? People begin to wonder, why do we say this? We know about the NSC, the National Sports Commission, right? You know about the NFF. We'll tell you the news that is ongoing at this point in time. We'll tell you what sports editors have rightly said about Nigeria. We'll tell you about Victor Osimhen's news. Victor Osimhen turning down NFF. One is, like, he's done that before. But this is like him doing it again, right? Or let me just say, this is like the first time he's doing this one, like this current one, away from what we used to think about Victor Osimhen. Now, they told Victor Osimhen, we wanted to join the team, according to reports, we wanted to join the team to join and make your side okay. Join the Super Eagles to qualify for that very game. Join the Super Eagles for morale support. Join the Super Eagles to support them. Join the Super Eagles to see that the ego is big, that Victor Osimhen is in South Africa. And Victor Osimhen rightly said what? You want to know what he said? We'll tell them more. Let's continue. Now, let's talk about the point deduction and what's really going on. I don't want to say this is politics at its finest. I don't want to say this is African football trying to deviate away from what we used to know. I don't want to believe that the South African side will not be docked points. I don't want to believe that they will just escape this one. I don't want to believe that everything looks the way they want. Because right now, the Super Eagles 2026 World Cup qualifying hopes have received a significant boost after the Court of Arbitration for Sports upheld FIFA's decision to deduct 6 points from Equatorial Guinea for fielding in a player who was ineligible. The West African nation had been docked 6 points. So it's not they will be. They've been docked 6 points, 3 each from victories against Namibia and Liberia respectively, after it was found that striker Emilion Sway was not eligible to represent the national team at the time. Please follow this news well. Sway scored a decisive goal for both sides and won a win in November. That's last November. Now in May, FIFA then overturned both results and awarded 3-0 technical victories to Equatorial Guinea's opponent after ruling that Nsue had not received the required clearance to switch international legends from Spain. Now, as if that is not enough, where he previously featured at the youth level, despite having represented Equatorial Guinea for over a decade, FIFA declared his participation invalid. Now, CAS, the CAS, dismissed Equatorial Guinea appeal against the FIFA imposed sanction, a decision that has major implications for Group H, standing and significantly impacts Nigerian qualification prospects. The ruling sees Equatorial Guinea drop from second place. Who say you cannot be docked point? Dropping from second place with 16 points to the 5th position with 10 points in the Group H. These dramatic shifts elevate Namibia to 2nd place with 15 points, keeping them in contention for the continental playoff round. More crucially for Nigeria, the point deduction improves their chances in the race for the 4 best runners-up position across all 9 groups, with Group C currently showing South Africa leading with 17 points, followed by Benin Republic on 14 points and Nigeria on 11. The Super Eagles remain within striking distance of qualification. Now, you're asking questions. Let me tell you how bad it is for Nigeria that they just might not make it to the World Cup. The current runners-up ranking shows Gabon leading the race with 19 points, followed by Madagascar, DR Congo, that's Democratic Republic of Congo, on 16 points. Then Burkina Faso, Cameroon, Namibia, Uganda, all on 15 points. With Benin Republic on 14 points, Nigeria would need to finish among the top 4. Do you understand? To advance to the playoff for the Interconfederation sport. That's what it's called. However, Nigeria's qualification hopes may receive an additional boost if South Africa faces similar sanctions. So if South Africa is docked point, let's say they have 17 now. So you're having 17 and the point is docked, so 17, and you're taking off 3, you're having 14. So South Africa have to be in same position with the Benin Republic side, Nigeria 11. There's still hope. At that point, it doesn't say your destiny lies on your hands, but it really means that the South African side can still slip off. There is hope for Nigeria. And if they win all the games left, maybe we'll see how it goes. You have 6-6 plus 11. Do your calculation well. Does it give us the chance to make it to the World Cup? Because the South African Football Association is currently under FIFA investigation for fielding Teboho Mokoena in the Group C fixture against Lesotho in March. Mokoena had received 2 yellow cards in the previous matches and should have served the suspension. But how come he never served that one? Now, if FIFA rules South Africa the 3 points, and then the winner against Lesotho could be rescinded. Potentially, don't forget, dropping Bafana from 17 to 14 points, level with Benin Republic, will be creating a more competitive scenario for Nigeria. Such a decision would significantly alter Group C dynamics as Nigeria are set to face both Lesotho and Benin Republic. So we'll play Lesotho away, and then Nigeria play Benin Republic at home. And the outcome of those matches, combined with potential South African sanctions, could dramatically improve the Eagles' qualification prospect. The 2026 World Cup will see 9 African teams qualify directly. This is how bad it is. This is the shameful one to be talked about. How can 9 countries qualify directly with Nigeria not being involved? And that's like, I don't know, it doesn't sound good to be talked about, which I tell you. 9 African teams. This is like the first time. You know, I think everybody's having a different format now. You saw the FIFA Club World Cup, different formats. You saw the, what's it called? You saw the Champions League, different format. Now this one is having a different format because it will be different because this World Cup will see 9 African teams, 9 qualify directly with 4 best runners-up competing in playoff to determine which team advances for the Intercontinental Playoff Federation game. Now, Nigeria will be hoping to president set, hoping that the Equatorial team, the Guinea story, would give the Super Eagles a hope of qualifying, but time tells on how that would go. So if we keep waiting, I don't know whose report you believe, are we going to see the South African dog that point? And don't forget, I'm not saying this is why, but I'm just saying, don't forget the South Africa, the CAF president is a South African, Patrice Motsepe. But I don't think this works. I don't think it's a yardstick. I just would say FIFA needs to do what they need to do and do it on time. I feel like life is about decision. Deciding now would help other side. Are we going to wait to see when the qualification is done in October, then we'll now hear they've been docked point? Or would they never be docked point? How can the list be out? We just showed you that one from the start. How can we have a team being docked a point and we're saying South Africa is not even in the list? So when you say list, it means there are teams that should be docked point, and South Africa for me happens to be the latest. Some people are saying the Super Eagles did not say they didn't pledge out a complaint on time. Some people are saying the Lesotho side were quiet. Some people are saying we wasted so much time. Some people are saying a lot of us. But it's not just about Nigeria and that group. Nigeria is there, Rwanda is there, Zimbabwe is there, Benin Republic is there, South Africa is there. So it just cannot be, it just should not be only Nigeria. Maybe because Nigeria happens to be one of the biggest sides, if not the biggest, in the football world on that Group C. That's why we are saying they must be at the World Cup. But should they be at the World Cup? Have they really done enough to be at the World Cup? They've not really done enough. But I just like what is right to be right. I like the part that something that is wrong should not be encouraged. They've done something wrong. And guess what? The Boho Mokoena keep on playing games. And it's feeling like nobody's talking about this. And if you look at the Group C very well, you find that it's just basically more of Nigeria talking about that very one. It's basically more of Nigeria having this saying, we must make it to the World Cup. More of Nigeria saying, we want to see the point dropped from South Africa. It's more of Nigeria saying, the group is shaking. FIFA ACAF is not doing well. No, we're saying a lot. But I feel like the Super Eagles should have played their part. On this show, we'll tell you why I said the organization looks unorganized. I'll tell you. You know about the NSC, right? The National Sports Commission. Do you know that? Do you know about the NFF, the Nigerian Football Federation? Two bodies, two different names, right? But during the time they wanted to bring in Eric Chell, we saw, what's it called? We saw two bodies coming together as one to bring in Eric Chell. But on this show, we'll tell you, it's looking like a different ballgame now. NSC chairman, Madam Shehu Diko, is saying something very different, even though I know he's right to say what he's saying. But it's now looking like the Nigerian Football Federation will stand tall on their own if Nigeria fails to make it to the World Cup. And like I already said, if they don't make it to the World Cup, then the federation should be held responsible. The federation is not the NSC, the federation is about the NFF. Let's talk about Victor Osimhen and tell you what's really going on. Victor Osimhen is in the news. He's a Galatasaray striker. He has reportedly, we learned, he reportedly refused to travel with the Super Eagles squad for the World Cup qualifiers, that match against South Africa. But you look at that injury and you ask your question, who takes care of this very one? The injury happened in Nigeria. And we know club sides will never allow, they will not allow, the national team to take care of the players, especially when the player needs to go back. If you are in the team, then you can be taken care of by the national team. But Victor Osimhen is a very big asset. He's a very big qualified player to say. He's one of the best strikers in the world. The Nigerian Football Federation, NFF, is said to have requested that he join the rest of the squad to offer morale support ahead of the game in Bloemfontein. But Victor Osimhen said no. And this was revealed by Super Sports presenter Charles Anazodo on Monday Night Football. Osimhen picked up an ankle injury. That's an ankle injury in the game when Nigeria won Rwanda. And the first nail, that's 1-0 game. It's that intercontinental playoff. We saw it. But Victor Osimhen immediately flew back to his base in Turkey. But the post rate, and Anazodo said this on X, formerly known as Twitter, a very reliable source today told me that the NFF, so let me say it the way it is, a very reliable source today told me that at the NFF officials, the NFF, tagged the NFF, pleaded with Osimhen to travel with at NG Super Eagles, that's to travel with the Super Eagles team to South Africa as a means of support despite his injury. I like to say this again, not we saying this. This is about Charles Anazodo. He said this on X. A very reliable source today told me, I'm quoting him now, he said, pleaded, saying that Victor Osimhen was told by the Nigerian Football Federation, they pleaded with him that please, Victor, don't travel yet to Turkey. Stay with the national team. Let's make this trip together. Let's travel to South Africa. Let's show them that Victor Osimhen is part of this one. And everybody knows Osimhen is big. And if Osimhen happens to be with the team, it shows, I think that's the support. That's the word. Now, it's not the first time. We've seen players like Samuel Eto'o feels when the South Africa, the Cameroonian team is having a move away from other side. He finds himself in space just somewhere by the stands. Rigobert Song also does that. Kanu Wankwa did that the last time in South Africa. A lot of these players like to do this. So it's always a boost to see an ex-international, not just an ex-international, a player currently with the team but not available due to one reason or the other, or possibly he got injured like Victor Osimhen have the other time. But he said, I don't want to make the trip to the South African side. I want to go back to my club side. He bluntly, that's the word, he bluntly refused and chose to go back to his club. Victor Osimhen is still recovering from the injury, but could make a return to action when Galatasaray play Frankfurt in the Champions League this midweek. So that's the news about Victor Osimhen. He has said no, but what could be his reason for not wanting to, join the Super Eagles in that very phase? Because that, I don't know, it's not me to say, but he knows his reason why he had to go back to his club side to get himself equipped again, to train well, and get himself ready for the next feature. And that might be the Champions League game against the Frankfurt side. But we should have had our man on the sideline connecting with us from Edo State. I don't know if Carrington Palmer if we have him now. So we have Carrington Palmer. So we get to talk more with our guest on the show today, Carrington. Carrington Palmer, welcome. Good morning. Great to have you.
Good morning, Kizzy.
Yeah.
Nice to have you too.
Yeah, let's get into talk point. Welcome again. Let's start off with the first one. What could be playing out? What is trying to happen? What is fishing? Is there any news about, you heard about Emilio Nsue, Equatorial Guinea player, and you heard about the country deduction and the rest of that. And South Africa recently are not among the countries that are listed for FIFA point deduction that will be facing sanctions, disciplinary actions. What could be playing out? What is going on? Will this point ever be deducted? Because every day we keep seeing Teboho Mokoena play on the qualifiers, and it feels like nobody's talking. What are the fates? What is the way forward for Nigeria?
I would say I think he was pitted against Lesotho, and I think that should be that particular issue should be done by the Lesotho Football Federation, because this player was pitted against you guys. You have the right and time to appeal, to make an appeal to the bodies that are governing the African football or the world football. Like you rightly said that Patrick Musepe is from South Africa and currently is the CAF president. But I don't want to see that or say that it's an added advantage for the South Africans that, oh, their person is there, you get affected because it's going to cover up. But there are rules and regulations in the football world. In 2014, if they were deducted 3 points when they fielded an ineligible player against Tunisia. Even when Niger goes, we were deducted 3 points for the qualifier for the 2018 World Cup.
Abdullahi Shehu, yeah.
So he qualified, and the 3 point deduction and the 3 goals deduction didn't affect because we were on a very good place to qualify, even though the points were deducted. So this is an organization, and in every organization, there are rules and regulations in those organizations. So South Africa did a punishable offense, they made a offense, and they should be punished, should be deducted. If they can be deducted 6 points, then I see no reason why South Africa shouldn't be 3 points shouldn't be deducted. No matter what the other people in the group, the Super Eagles, the Benin Republic, and other countries in the group, they should really take this for the points to be deducted.
Okay, so let me ask you, what happens if the points finally don't get deducted? What happens? Patrice Musepe, I rate him 100% record for the CAF job. I'm liking what he's doing. He's been transparent enough. But what could he be thinking now? If this never happens, how will the world, how will African football be looked like, or be looked at from the outside of Nigeria and also from the outside of African football?
If South African points is not deducted, then it's a shame to African football and a shame to African football in general, because we want like the Westerners to rate us. You saw when this guy Jamie Carragher was saying the AFCON major tournament. You saw the reactions from African football saying, "Oh, the AFCON is a major tournament." But things like this is what will make other people actually rate us. Do what is right, and it's very, very, very. Maybe it's something that is like something that is not really that clear. You like, okay, check the Greece big game United. They defeated an ineligible player, and what made that happen was because he was registered just a minute after registration closes, and they have the right to make an appeal. But Man United decided not to make any appeal on that because of the way it looked like the clubs, and we are allowed to continue in the competition. So that case settles everything scenario. But in this scenario, this one, it's very, very obvious. He yellow card that automatically makes him able to play in the next game. That makes him ineligible for the next game, and he was still selected. So now look that they are not even among the side that their points are going to be deducted. happen. So football, like to Patrick Musepe, even if it's from his country and it's for them. Of course, I love his job, what he's doing in camp football, but this 3-point, I think it's going to really affect his credibility and whatever he has been doing ever since. He's going to what he presents to the world, and I don't think the Westerners or the Europeans will ever rate us the way we want them to.
Okay, so if I get it right, sounds like a sanction, sounds like a bad news for African football, sounds like a bad news to South Africa, sounds like a bad news to Nigeria, generally, if it happens that way. So we expect Patrice Motsepe to handle this with care. We are not saying that the sanctions will not be done. We are only saying it's taking time. And why is it taking this time? We're still believing that just maybe, that point will be docked out. But quickly, let's talk about Victor Osimhen. Victor Osimhen, we just learned, according to reports from a reliable source, I won't say, Super Sports, Charles Anazodo was presenter on that very road. He said something. He said, according to him, information getting to him was that the NFF pleaded. Yeah, can you hear me very well?
Yeah,
Yeah, the NFF pleaded with Victor Osimhen to join the team to support the team, the Super Eagles, during that game in Bloemfontein. And Victor Osimhen rightly said no. What could be his purpose? What could be his result? Why could he have said no?
I felt probably sure of the injury that he had. If it was probably a suspension, I believe he would have sat back and his teammates against South Africa. I remember in 2022, when during the World Cup qualification, our game against Ghana, and the captain Dede Ayew was suspended for the return leg against Nigeria, but he was still there to support his countrymen, his team, and he cheer up his teammates from the stand. We saw that with other players and from other countries, and even in their club side. But Victor Osimhen, we all know he got injured. You keeping him back will definitely likely affect the nature of his injury. So I believe the club wanted to check him out and say, oh, let's see what the extent of this injury is going to be. Remember, they don't have any other striker besides and Icardi has been ruled out since I think January or last year through ACL. So they are trying to find a balance where they don't lose their both strikers for a very long time. Victor Osimhen sitting on the stand supporting his teammates would have been a huge boost to the Super Eagles players. But yeah, we really have to look at it at the other side. This guy, he wasn't suspended. He got injured. And we even saw, I think Casemiro, he left Brazil and came back to Manchester United training ground after he got suspended for the next game against I think Bolivia, and he left. I think he's the captain of the team too. He left. So, and there was no talk or anything of such like, oh, why did Casemiro leave and all that, and that he was even suspended. But for the case of Osimhen, he needs to be managed. He needs to be checked because the league is starting tonight. So you won't blame the club side. You won't also blame Victor Osimhen because I don't if the definitely, like you said, the club side will never allow you to treat their players. They will want to do it by, and we know Osimhen injury is not that good. So I don't see that as a problem. But this is our country. Everybody say what they like and everybody wants to feed their agenda, but I don't see anything wrong in what Victor Osimhen did. He wants to take care of himself and he didn't even complain. So I don't see that as a big issue, honestly.
Yeah, but yeah, you don't see it as a big issue. Neither am I seeing it as a big issue. But I'm looking at it from the perspective of people saying that Osimhen himself knows how deep that game means to Nigerians. Osimhen himself knows that if we get that result right, then there's a big hope for Nigeria, not a draw. That's why it's looking like a talk point. That Osimhen, yes, we know you need to go back, but you would have just So was there any way he would have just been able to, because I think that several were also calling, you need to come back, we need to take care of you. I mean, this is where this guy earns every week. This will makes him, that's the word, not like they made him, but they makes him and look very okay. So is there any way Osimhen would have just said, no, let me just stay back and see this game with the injury? Or can we call this a sign of disrespect to the NFF?
I don't know if it's I would say it's maybe a disrespect to that to the side of the NFF. Like the NFF, we saw players in the past coming out to say most people in the NFF, or rather the NFF as an organization, even care about them when they get injured coming to play for the national side. They go back to their club. Nobody from the NFF will ever call to say, oh, fairing, or like they're not even asking you to take care of me, or I'm not asking you to take care of. Just show concern to the past before the NFF doesn't do that. So I don't see why they'll be having an issue with Victor Osimhen. If we are honest with ourselves, this guy, he's a human, and this is a place where he ends from. They are making. He's been loved. They worship him as a king. Oh yeah, we also love Osimhen in Nigeria. Who doesn't love Victor Osimhen? We call him our own world best. But in Turkey, he's been adored. He's been revered. We also saw the way the team and the club treats him too. So he got injured, and any player that gets injured, he needs to be taken care of immediately, because whether you like it or not, most of the players that even went for international break this summer, they got injured, and clubs has been complaining about this international break of a thing that it should be reduced, like the number of games that players are playing should be reduced. So I don't think, so like you said before, and I also said, I don't see it as an issue, but I don't even see it as a disrespect, because a organization that doesn't respect themselves, I don't think they should demand respect from others.
Okay. Quickly, let's get to another point. Where the Guild of Sport Editors of Nigeria has expressed deep concern about the Nigerian Football Federation NFF handling the Super Eagles World Cup campaign or qualifying campaign, describing it as a combination of poor planning and a failure to enforce discipline among players. In a statement signed by its president, Tony Obani, and Secretary Darren Asan, the Guild criticized the lack of decisive action when the new qualification format was announced in 2023. They said the NFF failed to prepare adequate and allowed player indiscipline to disrupt the campaign. Now, quoting their details, they went as far as saying, "We watched in dismay as the NFF delayed the appointment of a substantive coach after parting ways with Joseph Pesero." The statement read, "The handling of Finidi George situation showed the Federation was unprepared to address the urgent need to revive the team's qualification hopes." The editors also condemned the growing condition. They condemned also growing presence of content creators and social media distraction in the national team camp, noting that more disciplined football nation restricts such access to maintain focus and professionalism. Furthermore, the Guild criticized the NFF for failing to object when Zimbabwe and Lesotho chose to host their home matches in South Africa, effectively handling South Africa's 6 points or 6 home games in a 9-match campaign. This, they argued, unfairly tied to the group in South Africa's favor. They also pointed to lack of discipline within the squad, noting that Super Eagles were allowed to arrive late to camp without any consequences. Before the home game against Lesotho, the team only had its first full training session on Wednesday ahead of a Saturday match. This is unacceptable for a country that missed the last World Cup. Finally, the editors also called on the federal government to rehabilitate national stadia in Abuja, Lagos, Kaduna, and Enugu, arguing that the over-reliance on the Gospel Aquabi International Stadium in Uyo had become a reliability, and they urged the support for the Super Eagles in their final 2 games, and we see how it goes. So, Carrington, this is a lot to talk about, It's really a lot to talk about. Now, talking about the way we started the qualification road, looking at Pesero coming in, leaving, Finidi coming in, they saying substantive coach is coming, the long period of time that was wasted. I mean, it's a whole lot to be checked about the Nigerian Football Federation. These people are saying this is unacceptable. If they wanted Nigeria to make it to the World Cup, they would have done something ahead of time before now. Why are we putting blame? Because there's a news about Eric Chell. We'll talk about Eric Chell soon. So, I mean, looking at the way it is, for me, I'm also understanding what they are saying. Because you cannot tell us you want us to make it to the World Cup after losing at the last Mondial, 2022. And I felt they should have put in a lot of seriousness to this, but they slept so long. And now we are trying to fasten everything to look that Nigeria make it to the World Cup. Does this work anywhere? Is there any way that Nigeria can turn things around? Will I be right to ask, if Nigeria does not make it to the World Cup, the NFF should be held responsible?
Of course, yes. And I think this comes with, like, from in any part of life, in any organization, there's the top, there's a middle, and there's a bottom. So they are on top, the coaching crew, they are the middle, then the players are on the side. You see, one thing, if you can remember, in 2012, failed to qualify the AFCON, and our coach then was Samson Sasia. He was fired immediately. We were looking out for a way where we qualify for the 2013 edition. And they appointed the late Stevie Okechukwu Keshi of blessed memory. And we saw that the players, they really played, and they were, or rather, they wanted to play for the coach. The coach also knew what he was doing, had to on ground, he had his players on ground, and everybody was on ground to make sure that the qualification for the 2013 AFCON was and smooth. Then we got to the AFCON, though we started slowly, we'll draw our first 2 games, but at the end of the tournament, we were champions. We won the trophy, and we're back from making Keshi the second manager to win the AFCON as a player
and as a coach.
And a coach. Yes. Now in 2020, we did qualify for the last, and it was also similar issue. Remember with Grenade Grove, because the way, like I said, I've forgotten the position that we were. We started the year with that position. We ended the year with that same position. He was fired. His duty. We went to the AFCON with Austin Ekwobon, who didn't have much time, but we played very well in that AFCON. Yeah, we played very well in that AFCON, and it took them to the last qualifying stage against Ghana, and we drew home and away that made us not to qualify. You did this before in 2022. You fired the manager without in a permanent manager to take over the team. Yes, you didn't do that, and you are still doing it again. Fine, you started with what are they calling, Jose Peseiro, after you couldn't find a way to
and he left the brought in Finidi.
Contract negotiation. He left, and they brought in Finidi. Finidi came in. Of course, he has his plan. He had what he wanted, but his main striker was injured. Then we saw the whole issue. Osimhen coming out Instagram live. Oh, Finidi lied on his head, like he spoke to Finidi. I think that alone is a disruption to the team, to the coach plan, and everything. And even me, if I'm a manager and called upon to come and take over the Super at that moment, I would want to turn it down, because I don't even know what is wrong at the top, what is wrong with the team that is making the striker to come outside and open issue his manager. Like, this is not just only a manager, it's a Nigerian legend, ball legend. He came out to drive. Even his teammate to tell him, oh, but he refused.
Was that a distraction to the national team too?
Of course it would be. Of course, yes. I would say yes. It was a distraction to him, because the coach and your coach, your most important player, your coach and your most important player, than not on good terms. You're having a fallout. The coach went on to a point. He won't force Osimhen to come and play for the Super Eagles. Osimhen coming out to say, "Oh, I told him that I got injured. I was even at the hospital when I called him." The doctors explained to him. It's such an embarrassing situation for the whole country, not even the country football. And some of these are our players, the way they are even on, the way they use social media, the way they are always online. I think that's their personal issue.
Yeah.
That's obviously their personal issue. This is not an issue we should be discussing. But you see, one of the reasons in football, when a football organization or a football club or the country fail, is when you have people handling football business. We have been saying that with Manchester United for the past 12 years, that they don't have a footballing structure, and you want to win, you want to compete at the very top. It's not going to work out for you when you don't have football. Football people,
Carrington,
football duty.
I know where you're delving to, and I totally understand how you feel. I mean, this is really got you talking. I know you're feeling so bad about this, but let's keep on the sideline. Let's talk about Eric Chair. What's the fate? We heard about the NSC chair saying NFF will decide Eric Chair's fate, because everybody knows with 2 matches left to play in the Group C, Nigeria are still 6 points behind South Africa, who top the group on 17 points, and 3 points behind Benin Republic. Amid growing concerns about the poor performance of the Super Eagles at the ongoing World Cup qualifier, the National Sports Commission (NSC) on Monday said that the Nigerian Football Federation (NFF) will determine the fate of the Super Eagles coach Eric Chair. The chairman of the NSC, Sheikh Diko, stated a lot on our sister station. Now, let me quote Sheikh Diko. He said, "Eric Chair is the responsibility of the Nigerian Football Federation to decide." Please, I'd like you to follow this story very well. That's a news that you have, Secretary General, and that's very one. Cool. Now, he said, Eric Chair is the responsibility of the Nigeria Football Federation to decide. At the end of the day, after they finish, they will do the analysis, and then they will recommend to us. And then we'll look at it, we approve or disapprove, or we engage to do that. As for the World Cup, he said, not me now, this is about Malam Shehu Diko, the NSC president. He said, as for the World Cup, we all know where we are. When we came on board, please listen to this. When we came on board, that's where so different organization, like I already said, but I mean, I don't know the word to use. He's feeling like NSC and NFF. I know it's a different forum, but he's really singling the NSC totally out of this. He said, when we came on board, the word is we only had 3 points out of 12. But now we have been able to, at least with Eric Chair, the NFF, pull ourselves together. Now we have 8 points in another 4 games. So it sounded like it was because of the NSC, that's why we have this small result. He said, if we had gotten this result before, probably we could have been preparing to qualify for the World Cup. Diko also explained that while the NSC has supported the team, the fate of the Super Eagles in the World qualifiers was not in the hands of the Sports Commission. I don't know whether they follow this story. You understand? He said, this is not in our hands. Based on the numbers, it's out of our hands. That's about Sheikh Diko. He said, so we just have to win our next 2 games and see what happens, because it's a football thing and somebody has to lose for you to qualify. We have to win our next 2 games and see where it takes us, but we are still hopeful anything can happen. As a commission, we did all we had to do to support the Super Eagles. For the last game we played, the National Sports Commission chartered a flight, paid for hotel bills, and made the bonuses available. I don't know if you're understanding this story now. When Eric Chair was appointed, that picture, maybe I'm bringing it tomorrow. When Eric Chair was appointed, we saw Sheikh Diko seated close to the NFF president. I think it was in the middle. So I felt like this is a one Nigeria thing. I know, like, don't get me wrong, I know it's 2 different bodies, but I'm looking at it from the perspective of them saying, they are putting themselves out now and saying maybe we should put more blames on the NFF. They are saying they were in charge of the charter flight, they paid for the hotel bills and made the bonuses available. So in other words, it means that NSC have made things look right for Nigerian football because they are there. So what happens if they step off? Because right now he's saying, when we came in, everything looked easy. But now, it's not in our hands. And the job Eric Chair was given is not on them to decide. They can only recommend, they can disagree or not agree, but it's about the NFF. Do you see anything about this story? Like, are you seeing a different body language? Are you seeing Eric Chair's fate also hanging in the balance, just like Super Eagles teams also hanging in the balance, Carrington Palmer?
Of course, Eric Chair will be judged by his fate will be judged by the result of the next 2 games. If he will be the one to lead us to the AFCON or not.
But wait.
I would, as I said
sorry, this thing you said now, does this sound right? Like, it's fair to be judged. In other words, you're saying maybe if he loses those games, or even if he does not qualify Nigeria, are you going to let him go? You have a Nations Cup for December 21. Are you going to let the show go now? Maybe Amorim, it looks like Amorim job.
Personally, if I'm the chairman of the NFF, I won't do that. Or if my word would, I won't do that, because of course it's not Eric Chair's fault we are not on the roadmap to the World Cup, because before him the deed has already been done. We are just trying to do some damage control and see if we can maybe take maybe if Eric Chair can help us fight for the World Cup. Months that we've had now, where all Eric Chair came in. Our first win in this qualifying stage was gotten by Eric Chair. The second win, Eric Chair. Then the other two draws that we had, especially the game in the Zimbabwe. So I don't think Eric should be sacked, whether we qualify for the World Cup or not. Because when you fail to plan, you are already planning to fail. Why for the NSC and the NFF? I think the NSC have done a good job for the Super Eagles on a short period of time that they have. The NSC is not just for football. They're like the figure for Nigerian sports as a whole, where we have different sports that we have that people love in this country. So Nigeria should be placed and done by the NFF. Anything at all, the blame, the glory definitely gets back to the NFF. So they shouldn't rule themselves out from the blame. And yes, I would say the NSC, they are right in saying that if the Super Eagles doesn't qualify for the World Cup, the NFF, although they share that and say, okay, yes, like we'll say everybody take the blame, but we know how we do ourselves outside of we all know how Nigeria case is always like, especially in case like this, we all know how Nigerians behave. But I think the NFF don't think Eric Chair deserves to be sacked after the World Cup qualifiers, even if we don't qualify. We have the AFCON to play, and of course he's already that. Why sacking him and bringing in another manager who won't even understand the players, and who doesn't also have time to even get to know his players, and also get to, especially the home-based players, especially those ones, they won't even have time or the luxury of time to watch them, to know them. So I think he should be given more time. Eric Chair shouldn't be given more time. His faith should not be placed on those two games. I think his faith should be placed on the AFCON in general. Let's see what happens in the AFCON, if we can go and win it, or if we can get to the semi-final or to final. But if we don't qualify for this World Cup, we all know who to blame. I think we all know who to blame, and that would be the NFF, not the
Thank you. So much, I must say. This is where we have to go. And don't forget, the Champions League comes your way again today. You have it on your screen very soon, but this is where we just have to go. My name is Kizzy Cat. This is me signing out. The Sports Public Show comes your way again tomorrow. And don't forget that I'm the only football player without a jersey. I'll be seeing you tomorrow, and that will be a very different style again. On Wednesday, we'll talk more. Stay with us, please.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city. The loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space. Exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
The ozone layer, a fragile sheet of gas high up in the atmosphere, absorbs most of the sun's ultraviolet rays, preventing damage to human health, crops, and ecosystems. Expert warns that without this natural protection, skin cancer, cataract, and environmental degradation would rise sharply. Thanks to global cooperation under the Montreal Protocol signed in 1987, nearly 99% of harmful chemicals like chlorofluorocarbons have been phased out. The United Nations says this success story proves that collective action can reverse environmental damage, noting that ozone recovery is on track and could return to 1980 levels by mid-century. From Lagos to London, campaigns are ongoing to encourage eco-friendly lifestyle, such as proper waste disposal, energy efficiency, and reduced use of harmful aerosols. Schools and community are also joining the global call to fix the sky by protecting the ozone layer. My name is Onyema Franklin, reporting for VOP TV.
The 2564 is coming up on Bunny 9, right?
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Welcome to Kitty's Corner. Every weekend is a new journey. Join Auntie Oni as she embarks on thrilling adventures. Each episode takes the young explorers to a different fantastical world filled with exciting challenges, making new friends and learning valuable life lessons. The show begins with lots of excitement in a cozy storytelling mood. Fairies teach the importance of kindness, honesty, bravery, teamwork, or curiosity. Kitty's Corner is a delightful blend of fun, education, and imagination with catchy songs, interactive games, and heartwarming stories. Join Auntie Oni every Saturday, 10 a.m. to 10:30 a.m. on Voice of the People Television. Kitty's Corner, perfect destination for curious minds.
My name is Esther. They call me the Oga Portable of them are the general overseer of them all. Every man, every woman has got a voice where integrity is the volume. So this is Voice of the People's TV. Voice of the People's TV. So this is the people's voice. And the people's voice is the voice of God. That's the voice populi in Latin. The people's voice is the voice of God. So keep watching Voice of the People. In fact, my name is Voice of the People. Keep watching MC Adobe King.
Hi guys, my name is Kagan. I am Nigeria's biggest tech content creator, and I just wanted to give a quick shout out to Voice of the People TV. Keep watching, enjoy, and you're welcome.
My name is MC Alamano. They say they call me Enjoy Med Landlord. It's VOP TV. Keep watching VOP TV. Don't touch it down. Even if you want to touch it down, increase the volume. If you don't increase the volume, why told me?
My name is Collins Agawabe, popularly known as No Mide, but last, more than No Mide, or more. Not be all also the cook right at the fry plantain. We keep on watching VOP TV. The voice of the people, the voice of Edo. If you want to get the authentic news for Edo, the way it be, that's why they show and all the content anything come on. A VOP TV.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Hey everyone, this is Desmond Elliott hanging out at Go Get Face of Africa. I'm saying, keep watching, don't change the dial. This is VOP TV.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Hello and welcome to the Midday News on Voice of the People Television. I am David Edwin. First, the headlines. Nigerian inmates rearrested after jailbreak. Nigerian jailed in the U.S. over $6 million inheritance fraud. Tokwe Fasua says Nigeria's inflation will drop to single. National Assembly to Apotu Duagan's threat to sue Clark. Tinubu Court's vacation returns on Tuesday. And in business, FX stability sparks 90% jump in auto imports. In sports, Amusa says she carried Nigeria on her shoulders during World Championships. In the world of entertainment, Guinness confirms Hilda Bass's jollof rice world record. Now the news in full. 2 Nigerians who allegedly escaped from a prison in Nepal during recent anti-government protests have been arrested by operatives of the Shashatra Sema Bal, India's paramilitary force. A report by Press Trust of India on Monday said that the suspects were apprehended on Saturday at Jayanagar in Bihar state while attempting to cross into the Asian country. The Nigerians were said to be among several foreign nationals and locals who fled detention facilities in Nepal after violent demonstrations rocked the Himalayan nation in recent weeks. The SSB disclosed that more than 79 escapees, including other foreign nationals, have so far been arrested across different Indian states bordering Nepal. Meanwhile, a United States court has sentenced a Nigerian, Ehis Lawrence Ahime, to over 8 years in prison for his role in a transnational inheritance fraud scheme that defrauded more than 400 elderly victims of over $6 million. The U.S. Attorney's Office for the Southern District of Florida, in a statement on Monday, said Ahime, 41 years old, was sentenced on September 11th to 97 months in prison after pleading guilty to conspiracy charges. According to court's findings, as indicated in the statement, Ahime and his accomplices sent personalized letters to victims in the U.S., posing as bank officials in Spain. The letters claimed that the recipients were entitled to multi-million-dollar inheritances from relatives who had purportedly died overseas. Victims were reportedly told that before they could assess the inheritance, they had to pay various fees, including delivery charges, taxes, and other payments to avoid government scrutiny. Reports say the funds, however, were siphoned through a network of intermediaries, including former fraud victims in the U.S. who were manipulated into acting as conduits for the syndicates. The U.S. Postal Inspection Service, which investigated the case alongside Homeland Security investigations, pledged to maintain its crackdown on financial frauds. Moving on, operatives of the Akwa Ibom State Police Command have apprehended 3 suspected scammers believed to be part of a syndicate that specializes in defrauding unsuspecting members of the public across the state. The public relations officer, that's DSP Timfong John, in a statement in Uyo on Monday, said the arrest followed the several complaints received by the command. She said the operatives launched a technical intelligence-led operations on July 2025, adding that the efforts culminated in the arrest of the 3 prime suspects on September the 5th, 2025, at approximately 13:30 hours from their hideout in the Ibisepo Asutan local government area. John listed the suspects to include 27-year-old Prince Francis Albert of Edemeya village in Ikot Abasi local government area, 39-year-old Augustine Basi of Okobo local government area, and 35-year-old Mbetobong Godwin of Ibisepo local government area. According to the PPRO, Albert, the alleged gang leader, has confessed to the crime of luring victims from various states into using multiple phone numbers. The police spokesperson implored the public to remain vigilant and report any suspicious activities within their environment. Meanwhile, the Dangote Group has denied allegations by the Depot and Petroleum Product Marketers Association of Nigeria that its refinery sells petrol to international traders at cheaper rates than those offered to Nigerian marketers of the group purchased Dangote's petrol through international traders in Lome, Togo, at prices of 65 naira lower than what the refinery sells directly in Nigeria. According to him, attempts by local marketers to buy petrol directly from the Dangote refinery had proved costlier, sometimes making it more viable to import the product from abroad. Reacting to the statements, the Dangote Group described the claims as misleading and inaccurate. The refinery questioned why Nigeria's petrol pump price is 865 naira per liter, while in Togo the cost is more than double that figure. The company insisted that its refinery had positioned Nigeria as the primary source of affordable petrol feedstock for West Africa, even though it imports more than 60% of the crude oil it processes. Dangote further accused some marketers of engaging in round-tripping practices, buying petrol product produced in Nigeria, routing it through Togo, and then re-importing it into Nigeria at inflated prices. Moving on, the special advisor to the presidency on economic matters, Tokwe Fausa, has assured Nigerians that the inflation rate is heading towards a single digit, which, according to him, will translate to better living conditions for the masses. Fausa gave the assurance as a guest during a media chat on Tuesday. According to him, the drop in the inflation rate has impacted on prices of food items, which are beginning to ease. The presidency's assurance followed headline inflation data that just released by the National Bureau of Statistics. The NBS said the inflation rate eased to 20.12% in August 2025 compared to July 2025 rate, which stood at 21.88%. Fausa also reacted to former Vice President Atiku Abubakar's recent claim that Nigerians were dying from hunger daily. According to him, former Vice President Atiku Abubakar merely made a political statement, which is expected at this point because of his presidential aspirations. Meanwhile, the management of the National Assembly has said its clerk, Kamarudin Ogulano, is not in a position to facilitate the resumption of Kogi Central Senator Natasha Akpoti-Uduaghan, but only acted in line with court proceedings. The clarification was contained in a statement on Monday signed by the National Assembly Director of Information, Bulai Bai Allah, in response to threats by Mrs. Akpoti-Uduaghan's lawyer, Michael Numa, a senior advocate of Nigeria, to sue the clerk if the senator is not allowed to resume her legislative duties. The National Assembly maintained that while Akpoti-Uduaghan has written to the clerk on 4th September to indicate her readiness to resume, her request should have been directed to the Senate President, Godswill Akpabio, in line with established protocols. You're still watching the Midday News right here on Voice of the People Television. Now we go straight to the analysis segment of the news. And joining us in the studios to make sense of these stories and more is Barrister Darlington Agumo. Barrister Darlington is Voice of the People TV's in-house political affairs analyst and also a legal practitioner right here in Nigeria. Barrister, a very good afternoon to you, sir.
Good afternoon, David, and how are you?
I'm fine, very well, thank you. How are you doing as well?
I'm okay.
All right, then, joining us virtually as well to make sense of these stories is Ayoyinka Oni, a political activist and former Take It Back Movement Lagos coordinator. Mr. Ayoyinka, a very good afternoon to you as well.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having me in the studio.
Thank you so very much for joining us. Now, let me start off from the studios here. Barrister, interestingly, the National Assembly has responded to Natasha Akpoti-Uduaghan's threat to sue the clerk. You would recall that she clearly made her position known about returning to the National Assembly. But as it stands, the management of the National Assembly has returned back the gesture to her, and of course saying that the person of Kamarudin Ogulano is not in the position to facilitate her resumption to the National Assembly. First off, What's your position with this back and forth of Natasha's return? Because she's being told now that whatever letter she's supposed to have written should have been written and addressed to the Senate President. What's your position, Barrister, on this situation?
Yeah, David, it's an unfortunate situation. I don't believe that up till now we'll be talking about Natasha, Babio, and the rest.
How do you mean?
Yes, by now that matter should have been rested. But because of impunity and arrogance that characterize APC administration, they don't want to follow due process and rule of law. That's why that woman is still outside her legislative duty. You know, so on what basis are they telling her not to resume plenary?
Well, they're not telling her on any basis not to resume plenary, but they were saying that what she wrote as concerning her readiness to resume is supposed to be written and addressed to the Senate President in the person of Senator Godswill Akpabio, in line with established protocols of the National Assembly. Following protocols, Barrister.
You know that Natasha will never write anything with Akpabio.
Why so, Barrister?
Because of the relationship between them.
But there is a protocol that she's supposed to follow.
Yes, she has to, but Akpabio will not even admit it, since they're telling her that it is only the court that will decide her case and the Senate leadership. You know, look, the way I'm looking at this, and that lady may not come back to that house until maybe after 2027. That's the way it's looking like.
Why are you thinking that at this point she would not return?
Because they are putting all the obstacles on her way. All the excuses they have given, it doesn't hold water.
Now, Barrister, you're a lawyer, and of course a practicing one at that. But the question now I want to find out from you is, following the established protocol of the National Assembly, is Natasha Akpoti-Uduaghan supposed to maintain status quo, which is returning to this National Assembly after her 6 months elapsed in suspension, or should she wait for the court's order before returning? Because this, again, is what some senior advocate of Nigeria is also referring to. What do you say, as a lawyer, should be the position of Natasha as concerning her return to the National Assembly?
In the first place, there was no need for the 6 month suspension. It is wrong under the law and under their own rule. Their own house rule says 14 days, even if you want to discipline a member.
That's the National Assembly rule?
Yeah, the Senate rule. So now that they are taking it to 6 months, and the lady has patiently waited out the 6 months, there should be no other obstacle.
Whether or not from the court?
There should be no other obstacle, because no court said that she should not resume. No court. Even when you have a matter in court, and maybe you are a suspect and all that, you have been granted bail.
Right.
You will still be doing whatever you are doing while the matter is going on in court.
All right, then.
The court cannot say Natasha not to go back to that house, whichever way it goes. No court can tell her, don't go back to the Senate.
Okay.
Because it is the people of Kogi Central
who she's representing
that elected her.
Right.
They will be the one to recall her.
Okay.
And no other person can do that.
All right, then.
Then within the hallowed chambers,
yes,
you have every right to say anything you want to say. You are covered, immunity covers you while you are in that hallowed chamber. Nobody should be suspended for whatever, as long as the Senate is in session and there is argument or altercation. It ends inside that place. Nobody is allowed to suspend anybody for whatever reason.
All right, then. But she, of course, we know the story and how it goes. Let's take this conversation to Mr. Ayoyin Kauni. Again, you are very aware of the situation, but I also want to ask you the same question. What's your general overview of the situation between Natasha returning back, Senator Natasha returning back to the Senate, and of course, the Senate clearly saying at this point she is supposed to have written to the President of the Senate, President Godswill Akpabio, as established protocol, in line with established protocol, not the clerk like she did right to. What's your general overview, first off, about this entire story?
Yeah, thank you. I also affirm with Barrister Darlington that, of course, the case shouldn't even have existed from the beginning. You know, Akpabio is a senator like every other senator. He's just presiding over the Senate. You know, they have equal ranks and they were voted the same way. The court did not vote bring in Natasha as a senator, so definitely a court should not be standing her down from performing her duties as elected. You understand? So basically, all those things that they are doing is fallacy. It is all the games of Akpabio. And what is his intention? His intention is to make sure that she does not perform her duties until the next election. That is what it is. And that suspension should never have existed from the get-go. The matter should have been trashed in the Senate and ended at the floor of the House. That's what should have been done. If two of them are going to sue themselves for a case of defamation or whatever, it should be going on while they are still performing their duty. If the Senate is saying, okay, this thing is too disrespectful for the House and all that, we want two of you to lay low for now, that should go for two of them until the matter is trashed and should be agreed at the floor of the House. There is no law that said because of someone accused something of something, the person should be sent out of the Senate. It is Akpabio clearly wish hunting Senator Natasha, and it has been allowed to continue because we do not have a Senate. What we have are kangaroo men of the 10th Assembly that are jokers and then those scoring points for the president. They are not legislating anything for Nigerians. And we don't have an executive at the same time. Again, and we have a judiciary that is controlled by Wike. So that is why all these things is happening. So she should fight.
I dare would say that the senators in the hallowed chamber were elected by Nigerians, and I'm trying to also play down the fact that an election did happen, and some of these senators, in fact all the senators, are representing some people. By your particular statement there would be playing down on the fact that they were elected. But I want to still stay with you on the part where, interestingly, the senator, I'm talking about Senator Natasha, was supposed to have written in line with established protocol of, again, the Senate, which definitely, if she was going to talk about reinstatement, she should be addressing that letter to the Senate President. Why do you think, in your opinion, is the reason why Senator Natasha Akpoti-Uduaghan is not following the protocols of the hallowed chamber that she also is a member of?
A specific protocol, but I don't think she's out of order writing to the clerk. The clerk can as well transmit the letter to the Senate President that a senator like himself will be resuming after the illegal and unjust 6 months suspension that she was given. And he comes to the House and says, yes, international is resuming, and the eyes have it, and they move on. But because they are finding a way to vindicate and to attack and wish on this woman, that's why all this politics is going on. It's as simple as that. You remember that a former senator in the House telling Akpabio that he has not seen anywhere where a senator is suspended for 6 months for allegations like this, that should not be done, and neither should they remove a security. But no, Akpabio did not listen because he was going after, he was not following protocol or any law. It was him exercising his power that does not exist. And when I say we do not have senators, I'm not saying they were not elected or rigged or one way or the other. I'm saying they are not behaving like people that are representing the country. These are not senators. Some secondary school legal team, legislative team will do better than these people, because Nigerians are not feeling any of their legislation in their life. So that's exactly what I mean by that. But of course, they were either elected, voted, or rigged into power like all past politicians have done.
Let me also still bring this conversation now to barrister in the studio. And of course, I'm moving to the next conversation where the special advisor to the presidency on economic matters, I'm talking about Tokwe Fausa, has said and has reassured Nigerians as it stands that inflation, Fashua, I beg your pardon, that the inflation rate that we are seeing presently is heading towards a single digit. You would recall that inflation rate, according to the Nigerian Bureau of Statistics, did drop just this month. Barrister, looking at the inflation rate dropping in Nigeria, and interestingly, prices of goods and services seem to still be at the same rate. How would you maybe use this figures coming from the Nigerian Bureau of Statistics as to the reality of Nigerians and, of course, the markets in Nigeria? How do we just oppose that?
It shows you that the so-called price crash is on paper, not in reality. Whatever they are telling you about prices of goods reducing in the market is not true. What they are doing is that they are shoring up the naira, maybe to fight inflation. And when the thing is reduced by a small margin, they claim that things are getting better.
Barrister, what is the implication of shoring up the naira? Because you mentioned this earlier.
Because, yeah, the implication is what you are seeing now. You have a false sense of economic improvement, whereas in reality it is not so. Just last month, they put on $15 million into the market to show up the naira. Is that progress? Is this sustainable?
But then, Barrister, if the microeconomy is looking good by figures, but the macroeconomy is not, reflecting that as well, is that as a result of the showing up of the naira that you mentioned just a couple of minutes ago?
Of course, they are doing everything to make sure that the thing doesn't go beyond 1.5 and 1.6. It has hovered between 1.6 and 1.5, 1.6 and 1.5, maybe at times 1.4. So they are using this, leverage that they are in government. They can use their power to do whatever, and you don't have alternative. You can only say, but they will have their way. So the government is not sincere. That is a fact. That the price, the crash, is mostly what I just told you now. And then added to it is that this is a harvest period to some farm products. Is that not true?
Right.
Good. New yams are coming out. All the farm produce, they are bringing them out. They are perishable goods, so they don't want it to last in their hand and spoil. So farmers are giving it out and all that. These are the things they are looking at and say prices have crashed. Are we buying rice at 8,000 naira a bag where they met us in 2015? Until we get to that point, then I will not listen to them.
But then, Barrister, there are concerns about the fact that world economy did decline during this period that you mentioned. So it definitely should reflect on what we are saying as it stands. But one interesting conversation, Barrister, is the fact that this man did say that the prices of inflation going down clearly should be impacting on food items in the nearer days. What do you think is the crystal ball that he's saying at this point that Nigerians are still not seeing or are battling with as it stands?
You see, when they want to deceive the gullible, they will bring up all manner of economic theory that they don't hold water. David, remember that under Buhari, these same people were praising Buhari, telling him he's the next thing after God. There's no adjective they did not use to praise Buhari, this and that, until he left office. We now realize that this man actually came to plunder Nigeria. Thank God it was APC that took over from APC. So, and they are the one lamenting about what Buhari did in office. So it's like that. When you have something to do with government, you must praise that government, whether they are good or bad. You must say nice things that the government wants to hear. That is why all these things are going on. In reality, my dear, nothing is going, nothing.
All right then, Barrister, I said earlier that world over the economy had a meltdown, and that again, according to the administration, this present administration, is practically what we are seeing, but the economy seems to be getting to a stable state.
Around 2008, Abi 2008, 2010, there was worldwide economic meltdown all over the world.
Yes.
David, did you feel it in Nigeria? Did you even notice that something was going on? We only had our kids and kin in UK, US, they were begging us for money that time because of what happened to them. So why didn't we have, why? Because I remember US official came here to come and ask Okonjo-Iweala how she managed this economy, that the Nigerian economy was not affected. It was published in the Sun newspaper, and I bought it. I have a copy where US official came here to come and find out how Okonjo-Iweala managed Nigeria economy, that the worldwide economic meltdown did not affect us. Is it not somebody being creative, David? Why are we using what is going on out there, if I thought something is going on out there, to compare with Nigeria? Okay, all the other good things that is happening there, why are they not using it to compare? Why are they using it to compare? Because they will tell you, other economies, are you at the same level with them? Why not make a difference by being creative, by being forthright, by being intentional in managing this economy? Every little thing they say, UK is having economic problem, France is having economic problem, US is that, did we elect you to compare bad examples?
All right then. Let's take this conversation to Mr. Oni. Interestingly, Mr. Oni, you're aware of this conversation. Tokwe Fasua did say that the inflation rate is heading to a single digit. Now, from your position, is there a possibility, some few minutes ago, Barrister in here did say that the showing up of the Naira is the reason why it's looking more like the inflation rate is dropping, but presently it is clearly not sustainable from his perspective. What do you make of this statement, looking at the fact that the target is for the economy to hit, the inflation rate to hit a single digit? Is it possible, following the position of the federal government as concerning the economy as well?
I know Dr. Fashion very well. He was a former presidential candidate in 2019. And he was one of the best critics of Buhari's APC government, giving very sound analysis of how they ruined the economy. Now, to put it to Tokwe, that the economy of Buhari, as terrible as it was, is not as worse as that of Tinubu today. Everybody knows. It's visible to the blind and the deaf.
How do you mean?
So if of course, it is simply by the simple terms that the layman understand. If you bought a bag of rice for 25,000 in 2 years ago and you are buying it for 80,000 now, you of course know that the government is failing. There's nothing too hard. If your school fees have gone 300%, accommodation 200%, and you cannot afford to even get fuel, that is your natural resources, of course you know things are more worse than it used to be. And Buhari told us, as terrible as he was, that we are going to miss him. I'm not missing him, but Nigerians will tell you that they are missing Buhari. They even take us back there. Let's even go and be suffering that one. So Tokwe is just speaking English. And what is the English? It's an inflation English. And I can tell you anyway, any day, that the inflation has in no way reduced. It's still around 20%, and there are two. There's general inflation of goods and services, and the one for food. The one for food is in the all-time high. Nigerians cannot afford to buy food. Now they are trying to be using GMO and all that to cushion and all that. And people are telling you, even this GMO that are using to cushion is not good for the health. That the people that are even manufacturing this kind of food are not even eating it themselves. They are rejecting it. Why are you bringing it here? So there's no practicability to say that inflation is low, because the hunger still exists. We all see it. You know, the fact that Nigeria cannot afford their needs, basic needs still exist, and we don't see it. But Bola Ahmed Tinubu's government should stop speaking English to confuse people. They should solve the daily problems of Nigerians and let the report from the street give us the results of the inflation.
Now, sorry to cut you there. Sorry to cut you there. The question about inflation on food items and all of that you mentioned earlier is quite critical. But according to the representative of the president, he did say that this inflation rate that is dropping clearly is impacting on food items, and of course, which are bringing about the ease that is found around the food security of the nation. But the reality, just like you mentioned, is far different from what Mr. Tokwe Fashoa has said. Can you help Nigerians and, of course, Africans alike juxtapose what the reality is as against figures that are being released by not only the Bureau of Statistics in Nigeria, but also the representative of the presidency making this statement?
So this is the reality, that just this weekend, I got a derica of rice, which is foreign rice, for 1,000 naira. Just one derica of rice, 1,000 naira. You know? Yes. And I also got a derica of beans for the same amount. Please, I'm hearing some background noise. I don't know if it's just me.
Oh, go ahead. I can hear you.
Okay. I also got a derica of beans for 1,000 naira. In this country, in this same country that we are both speaking, we used to get a derica of rice for 10 naira. Kobo, 50 kobo. After some time, it became 50 naira. Later, 150. During Buhari's tenure, it was 450. Now it is 1,000 naira. And it has remained there. It will go to 12, 15, 13. So how did inflation drop? That's one. One spaghetti is also 1,000 naira. You can't afford to buy a kilo of chicken. It should be 5,000, 6,500. That is the reality. How can somebody earning 100,000, or let's use their wages, 75,000, buy a bag of rice 18 naira? It cannot. He will be getting the derica every week and managing with his family. That is the reality. Another reality: children are paying school fees. Speak to every parent that their children resumed this week. A school owner told me that only 25 students have paid in a school. Another one said only 10. These were children and parents that were paying their school fees of their children even before resumption. That is the reality. That is the reality. That when you enter a keke or a bus, you see the driver buying fuel of 1,000 naira, and you tell the driver, buy all these things once now. He will tell you where's the money. That is the reality. The reality of the APC and people in government is that they are flying out of the country. Tinubu is going to France. They are getting yachts. They have bulletproof vehicle, and they are not being affected. But the reality of Nigeria is that there's hunger, pain, and starvation in the country, and people are now getting used to managing their hunger.
All right, then.
We should not be in a country of many resources, and Nigerians are even struggling to feed. It is sad.
Oh, well, I clearly can say here that in the words of the president, he understands the situation of Nigerians, and of course, the position at which the economy is. In fact, he did say what they inherited was an economy that was wobbling, in his words, and presently is becoming stable. So is there the possibility that Nigerians are kind of too expectant too soon of this administration and her policies, which again, the presidency has said we should give them time? Is there the possibility that Nigerians are practically expecting way off too soon than rather expecting even more from this administration?
That defended Buhari's government for 8 years, he shouldn't be telling us that he inherited a wobbling economy. If you wanted to tell us that, you should have told us that 4 years ago, 6 years ago, while Buhari was in power.
Well,
but they all defended. But he was the APC national leader, and they all defended. In fact, he was the campaign leader in 2019. Same in 2015. They all defended the failure of Muhammad Buhari, and they defended that failure till they got to power. But yes, we agree with him that his government, the APC government, have put Nigeria in sadness, penury, and poverty for the last 10 years, plus his own administration. But I want to say to Nigeria that they do not have any solution. See, if Bola Ahmed Tinubu was serious about getting Nigerian life better, it was not going to come in 2023 and say subsidy is gone on his inauguration day. It was a terrible move. It was a wrong action. He was not going to float the naira as he did, putting us in this pain that we are today. And if they were serious, they would have reduced the salaries of politicians, to show that yes, we are not going to be earning beyond you. But they didn't do that.
In fairness to the reality of the subsidy is gone statement, almost every presidential aspirant during the 2015 general elections did say that they were going to take off subsidy on that particular product. So not just the presidency did make that statement. Almost all of the presidential candidates did say that they were going to also work on subsidy. So let's also put that in perspective. But let me bring this conversation to the studio. Barrister, interestingly, to another story now, Dangote Group has denied allegations that the Depot and Petroleum Marketers Association of Nigeria clearly saying that Dangote is selling petrol at international traders cheaper than what he sells to Nigerians. Again, Dangote has denied it and said, look, this is not true. This is malicious. This is something that is coming from a quarter who is trying to just water down what you are doing. What's your position with this back and forth?
If you want to hang a dog, what do? You give it a bad name. The federal government told us that they have liberalized the downstream sector of the economy of the oil industry.
Yes.
That means you are free to import and sell. So why are they not taking advantage of the liberalization nature of the oil industry? Why are they always on Dangote's case? These people run the refineries aground. They now want to face Dangote's refinery. Where were they when an NPC was lying to Nigerians that refineries are working? They didn't protest. They didn't do anything. Where were they when an NPC was misusing money that belonged to Nigerians? Where were they when an NPC collected the money, $1.something billion to revamp the refineries? Nothing came out of it. They didn't protest. So now they have seen a Dangote refinery that is working. They want to kill it like they kill the refineries. Please, let them spare us all those jokes. Now, freedom of association is enshrined in Section 40 of our Constitution. You are not forced. You are not. The fact, the framers of the Constitution did not envisage a situation whereby you'll be forced to join any union or association. Dangote said that whatever they are asking for, he has already provided it for his drivers. So why are they now for just because of their own selfish interest? Because for every truck that go to load in Dangote, they have a share. They have a particular amount they collect. And what do they do with that money? David, what do they do with that money? Except to acquire many wives.
Yeah, but Barrister, interestingly, Dangote did make a very strong statement accusing marketers of engaging in round-tripping practices, buying petrol produced in Nigeria and routing it through Togo and then re-importing it into Nigeria at inflated prices.
Yeah, that was, yeah.
Looking at these kind of accusations, Barrister, is there a possibility that Dangote even is saying far more that might cost even some marketers as it stands?
Because they don't want the man to rest, so let him spill the bean. Let him spill the bean. In my proverb, they said, when you push an old woman roughly, rough word will come out of her mouth. That's what they are trying to do to this man. He said it's a Greek gift, whatever he gave them. The man is now telling them, okay, give your people a French gift. After all, the gift is gift. Since you said that I'm giving them a Greek gift, why not give your own French gift? You know, so this Nupeng, they have become a nuisance in the oil industry. Seriously. In fact, they have become a political tool. In that industry, they are no longer a union.
Well, Barrister, let's talk about the part of monopoly that has been concerned for some persons, including Nupeng, on the part of Dangote Refinery. Do you think that this is what it is heading to?
It cannot. There is nobody that Dangote stopped from importing or selling fuel. There is nobody Dangote stopped from building their own refinery. So how is that a monopoly? A monopoly because he said he had taken care of his drivers. And because of the underhand and twisting method you are using to run your union. Is that why the man has become a slave all of a sudden? Let them mention any other Nigerian that has employed people more than Dangote.
All right, then.
He's a slave.
Let's take this conversation to Mr. Oni. Again, Mr. Oni, I come to you on this path of the Dangote Refinery and, of course, the Marketers Association of Nigeria. Again, some have said that Dangote's plan for monopoly of these products is the reason why Nupeng is practically calling foul, while some have said it is the gains of Nupeng as concerning the over 4,000 trucks that Dangote Refinery has insisted that he has, that is making Nupeng have a voice as against his refinery. What do you make of this situation, first off? And then, in your concluding thoughts, how and what is the way forward?
Why is Nupeng speaking of monopoly when they also have monopoly over their drivers and the trucks, you know? So the truth of the matter is that none of these parties have the interest of Nigerians. None of them. Dangote is a businessman that will do everything and pushing everything to make sure his business grow. Nupeng is a union that have been highly politicalized, you know, not politics or policies for the betterment of Nigeria, but basically just for themselves, their welfare, and for some political stooge that controls them in a way. All these fall back to the fact that the Nigerian state is not in control of its resources, both international and local. And locally, we have international players controlling our oil industry, and we have the local players also, and Dangote is the fresh one there, and he want to make his money. It all goes down to the fact that we need a government that will nationalize our resources. What is wrong when in Nigeria has his refinery working and he has his own trucks and he's selling his own refinery under his own term, both locally and internationally? That is not happening, and that is why Nigerians will continue to suffer. That is the truth. But for a government that have said, well, we are downstreaming this sector and all that, let everybody do business, then allow everybody to do business, you know. But that is not a solution for the betterment of the country.
Well, because of our time, this is where we have to draw anchor on the analysis segment of the midday news. Let's also state here that the positions and opinions of our analysts is not the position of Voice of the People TV as a station. But then again, I want to say a big thank you to all of our analysts that did lend their voice on the situation and stories this beautiful afternoon. We had with us in the studio Barrister Darlington Agumo, who is Voice of the People TV's in-house political affairs analyst, and of course a legal practitioner right here in Nigeria, and of course Mr. Ayoyinka Oni, a political activist and former Take It Back Movement Lagos coordinator. Once again, gentlemen, thank you so very much for being a part of the midday news.
It's my pleasure.
All right, then. We'll take a quick break right now. When we return, the rest of the midday news will continue shortly. Please do stay with us. Well, you're still watching the Midday News right here on Voice of the People Television. Now to more stories. Across the world, nations are reflecting on the values of democracy, from freedom and participation of the rule of law. This year's International Day of Democracy comes with a renewed call for transparency, accountability, and inclusiveness in governance. Voice of the People TV's Oyindamola Olukuta has more on this report.
September 15 marks the International Day of Democracy, a day set aside to celebrate democratic principles and promote democratic values around the world. First observed in 2008, the day serves as a reminder of the importance of freedom, participation, and the rule of law in building fair and just societies. It also highlights the role of citizens, institutions, and government in safeguarding democracy. As nations face challenges such as political unrest, voter apathy, and threats to freedom of expression, this year's commemoration is a call to strengthen transparency, accountability, and inclusiveness in government.
Talking of democracy, we don't have democracy here in Nigeria. In fact, if you ask me more, I will tell you everybody to find their way. Divide the country. Let everybody be. As you can see, everybody's agitating. People from the eastern are agitating for Biafra. Some from west are agitating for Odua. I believe up north, some are agitating for Arewa. So talking of democracy, for me, Nigeria, we don't have it yet. So the best thing that will bring peace, if at all, is everybody to go their way. Release of Nnamdi Kanu will make everything work out. If Nigeria will still continue, fine. If it doesn't, so be it.
Well, there are so many things that are bad about the country right now. Things are getting out of hand. Imagine fuel of yesterday. It's now almost 800 and something naira. Diesel is not something we cannot even talk about. The country on its own is too poor. Our naira note is very poor, so everything about the country is too poor. We need the leaders to step up and do the betterment for this country.
That one don't have a speech. There's no freedom of speech. My brother, I don't think we are in democracy. We are a military regime. This is not democracy at all, because you will not allow to talk. You will not allow to protest. So I don't understand. They should reduce the price of fuel. Subsidy should come back. Then our naira should rise up and defeat the dollar. That is it. Nothing more than that. It should bring down the economic. Let Nigeria economy be stable. Now we will be buying rice for 80,000, 80-something. Unless you want to eat stone rice, that's why you will be going for 40,000, 50,000 rice.
Day citizens to work together in defending democracy, ensuring that the rights and voices of all people are protected. Oyindamola Olukuta for Voice of the People TV.
Well, thank you so very much, Oyindamola, for that report. And from there on, let's move straight to talking business. Nigeria's vehicle import market has recorded a surge in the first half of 2025, with imports doubling compared to the same period last year. This growth, industry stakeholders say, has been driven largely by recent foreign exchange stabilities and reforms by the Central Bank of Nigeria. Data from two of the country's busiest car importing terminals, as well as confirmations from sources knowledgeable about the current trade situation, revealed that the number of vehicles shipped into Nigeria rose by nearly 100% within the first 6 months. All right, from that business story, let's go straight talking sports. World record holder Tobi Amusan has said she carried the weight of Nigeria on her shoulders as she raced to the silver medal in the women's 100 hurdles final at the Tokyo 2025 World Championships. Amusan clocked 12.29 seconds to finish behind Swaziland's Detaji Kamboji, who set a national record of 12.24 seconds to claim gold, while America's Grace Stark took bronze in 12.34 seconds. The Nigerian, who won gold in Eugene in 2022, acknowledged the enormous pressure of national expectation but said her mission extended beyond personal glory. She also explained that the disappointment of finishing fourth when the Olympics last held in Tokyo 4 years ago remained a heavy burden on her mind until the final of the current event. The 28-year-old emphasized how tough it was to win a medal in such a competitive lineup, saying she learned on her faith for strength. And to wrap up the media news, we'll go straight talking entertainment. Nigerian celebrity chef Hilda Bassi has set a new Guinness World Record for the largest serving of Nigerian-style jollof rice, weighing in at 8,780 kilograms. Guinness World Record confirmed the feat in a post on X. The record-breaking event took place last Friday in Lagos, drawing thousands of attendees and sparking a buzz on social media. Hilda, who rose to global fame in 2023 with her marathon cookathon, once again showcased Nigerian cuisine on the world stage. The festival attracted crowds of fans, celebrities, and food lovers, all eager to witness the historic moment. With the latest achievement, Hilda Bassi cements her place as one of Nigeria's leading chefs and cultural ambassadors. And with that entertainment story, we've come to the end of the midday news right here on Voice of the People Television. Do well to subscribe to our YouTube channel. On YouTube, we are at Voice of the People TV, and on all other social media platforms, we are at VOP TV Live. Thank you so very much for being a part of this broadcast. I am David Edwin. Do have a good afternoon.
Television awuchiela o onye nụ ya ka ọrụ ibe ya. Ị chọrọ ịmata akụkọ ndị gbara n'akwụkwọ akụkọ dị iche iche n'ala anyị kwa ụbọchị. Ị chọrọ ịmata ka o si afịatụ na ndọrọndọrọ ọchịchị, agụmakwụkwọ, azụmahịa, ime njem, ọbụladị egwuregwu. Mgbasonyere anyị n'oge ndị Igbo na Voice of the People Television. Anyị nwere ndị ọbịa bụ ọkachamara bụkwa ndị ga-enye aka tapịa isiokwu ndị anyị jiri bịa kwa ụbọchị. Anyị ga-eji ka o siri gbaa n'akwụkwọ akụkọ dị iche iche wee malite tupu anyị akọzie n'uju n'ubi onye anyị bịara na nke ya.
Ibamuru nzem ọzọ kedukosi aga ya gazere onye ukwu ma gazere onye nta.
Mkparịta ụka tọrọ atọ ka anyị ga-ewetara gị bụkwa nke ga-eme ka ịmata ka ihe si aga n'ala anyị bụ Naịjirịa ọbụladị na mba ofesi. Oge ndị Igbo na Voice of the People Television ga na-abịara gị site n'ụbọchị Mọnde ruo Fraịde na SLTV Channel 264. Ekwekwala ka akọrọ gị ya akọrọ. Chetakwa na ọ bụ na SLTV Channel 264 ka ị ga-ekiri Voice of the People Television. Voice of the People Television.
Observed every 8th of September, International Literacy Day serves as a reminder of the fundamental role literacy plays in empowering individuals and building stronger societies. This year's theme, Promoting Literacy for a World in Transition, Building the Foundation for Sustainable and Peaceful Societies, focuses on equipping citizens with the skills needed to navigate today's fast-changing world. Education stakeholders emphasize that literacy is not only about the ability to read and write, but also about acquiring critical thinking skills that foster participation in democratic and economic life. Experts warn that millions of children and adults globally still lack basic literacy skills, a challenge worsened by poverty, inequality, and limited access to quality education.
Funding is a big challenge, across the 36 state of Nigeria. I went to my alma mater just 2 years ago, and now it's an eyesore. I kid you not. Imagine school with no marker board, leaking roofing sheet, no laboratories for students. So, funding is really, really major. Apart from funding, we can also look at insecurity in some areas, in Nigeria. Let's not forget the incident with Chibok girls. They still haven't been found today. So apart from funding and what I said, We also have, the problem of having teachers who are not fit to actually teach. We have teachers who, who we can say are half-baked, So I think the government need to, look into this area, maybe even sack some teachers and then recruit the ones that are ready to work.
As International Literacy Day is celebrated worldwide, the call is clear. Literacy remains the cornerstone for sustainable development and a pathway to building a better future for all. Matthew Ugunswada, reporting for Voice of the People TV.
From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lawn.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people. Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Hey everyone, this is Desmond Elliott hanging out at Go Get Face of Africa. I'm saying, keep watching, don't change the dial. This is VOP TV.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Hello, beautiful people. Welcome to Spotlight, your favorite hub where we shine the light on creativity, culture, style, music, and purpose-driven people. And remember, I'm your girl, Precious Akumanu, aka Call Me Prezi. So today is a beautiful day, trust me. It's a lovely day, a new day to stay positive, inspired, and grounded. We're bringing you an exciting blend of gist and purpose. So please don't go anywhere. Don't move, don't shake, don't shift. Sit tight while we ride together. So first on our list today, we're talking about Hilda Baci. You know, Guinness World Records confirms Hilda Baci, biggest pot of jollof rice. Please. You know, popular Nigerian chef Hilda Baci has once again made headlines after completing an attempt to set a new Guinness World Record for the largest. How she really pulled this off, and it was really big. So please, let's take some comments. So you see, he said, largest serving of Nigerian style jollof rice 8,780 kg. Achieved by Hilda Bassi. And, you know, in Victoria Island, Lagos, Nigeria. This is huge. We should, please, let's give her her flowers. She deserves it. Because why? It's beautiful. Let's take some comments. We have a lot of persons talking about this, and a lot of people are happy for her because of this particular stuff. This stuff she pulled out, it's huge. Because I'm even thinking about myself, if I can actually prepare. Lord, she really has this strength, and it's beautiful to see. And she tried that day, because I even saw the video and I was like, someone that prepared this kind of thing is supposed to rest for like, you need to give this person rest for like 1 week, because the whole pain and everything. So let's see this. Someone said, Ola said, happy people, I love it, congratulations. Okay. Yes, someone said she did her best. Well done, Hilda. Yes, her team and Hilda pulled this off. It's lovely. Like, I saw the strength all of them put in the work. You know, teamwork is good. Even when Hilda was trying to, you know, turn the rice and everything, her team was just really helping her out. So Ruby said, congratulations, Hilda, you did so well. Yes, she did so well. So well. She deserves, please, let's give her her flowers. She deserves more. Please, let's take more comments. So someone said, people underestimate what it looked to plan, attempt, implement, and achieve this feat. Yes, from the maths to the science, manpower, the finances, emotional, psychological, and physical labor. These guys and resilience required to keep on, even amidst challenges. This is beyond just cooking jollof rice. This is a display of what the human mind, spirit, and humanity in unity can achieve. I'm telling you, because everything, she just put her whole being into this particular thing. And she was, I know so many times where she was crying, like, yes, she was literally in tears, because it's not easy. What are you not saying? To cook that big pot of, when you will leave that fire self, you are supposed to know that you feel so you feel so tired. But her strength really pushed, like, it was beautiful to see. And the way she pushed and kept telling herself that, yes, that she is her mother's daughter, that she can do this. Please, I give it up for every woman. Oh, we are strong. You know, when the men come out and say, I can do this, I can do that, we know, you know, but you should also give it up for the women, because we are strong. We just have this strength in us that we really pull out. And, you know, so please, let's take more comments. We have a lot of comments. And someone, Kuya Daniel said, I'm so happy watching this. Hilda Bassi, congratulations. Yes, congratulations to her. She deserves it. Yes, she does. David said, I love the teamwork. Congratulations. Yes, the teamwork was really what really pushed, because when I saw the other persons like trying to, you know, put it, when you see your people really doing this, helping you out, it gives you that encouragement. You get what I'm trying to say? You get that morale, like you know that you can actually do this. When you see people helping you out, and you know, you just have that confidence that these people are really solidly behind me. You know, they are really helping me out. And what I saw there was just that teamwork was, you know, it was excellent. It was something like a lot of beautiful. It was beautiful, because teamwork it says a lot. You get? So another person said, I love teamwork. Yes, congratulations. And Tife said, just put a love, yes. You know, it's lovely to actually see Hilda achieve this particular thing she has been dreaming about. It's beautiful. So the achievement confirmed by Guinness World Records on Monday, September 15th, cementing Hilda's place in the culinary history. The milestone adds another feather to her cap after her earlier cookathon success, further spotlighting Nigeria on the globe stage. It's a lot. Congratulations, big congratulations to Hilda. Yes. So that takes us to our next gist, and that happens to be popular Nigerian skit maker Gloria Olorotobi, widely known as Maraji, has joyfully welcomed her third child with her husband. The comedian and content creator shared the good news with fans, revealing that their newborn is a baby girl. I love baby girls. This latest addition makes the couple parents of 3, further expanding their young family. Fans and well-wishers have since flooded Maraji's social media pages with congratulatory, heartwarming milestone. You know, Maraji is a content. She's a content creator, and she talks about a lot of, you know, if you really watch her comedies, she's really a funny person. And trust me, you know, having a baby child, a baby girl, it says a lot. I've been saying this. Our celebrities this year, they are just giving us back to back. Beautiful. You needed to see the baby. Her hands were so beautiful. Trust me, I love girl child. I like, I love babies. My God, it's actually beautiful. And trust me, the celebrities have really been doing a lot this time around. Like from babies to new houses to a lot of them. They're not great this year, but don't worry. People that are also expecting their own children, definitely they will have theirs. And also there's those people waiting for their own biggest testimony, definitely they will have that. A lot of fans have actually come out to say congratulations to Maraji and her husband. So please, let's take some comments. We have a lot of persons talking about this, and they are so happy for Maraji. So a lot of persons are like, congratulations, this is beautiful. And yes, me, I love babies too. I love baby girls, especially. But do you know that baby girls, and there's this connection between the girl child and the father. Trust me. See, they are always close, and you know the men and are very also close. The male child are also very close to their mothers. I don't know if it's only me that noticed that, you know, that sees this, but you get if you're in a family of a big family and you're very close to them, you understand what I'm trying to say. So please, let's take some comments. A lot of persons have actually come out to congratulate Maraji and her husband, and people are really happy for her on her birth to her third child. It's beautiful. See, so and trust me, you see, it's beautiful. Like, you know, getting to get married, having children, beautiful babies. Please, love is good and it's beautiful. You get what I'm trying to say? It's beautiful. Trust me. And you know, having, like, I know a lot of persons that this year has been a blessed year for, you get, from Toke Makinwa to a lot of them that has actually had children this year, and it's beautiful. It's testimonies that are really, really good to see, and we are going to be happy for. It's beautiful. So yes, someone said, oh, it's baby season. Yes, it's a baby season. A lot of persons are having just beautiful babies. Please, if they do me to just go, you know, go marry quick. Drop one just already, but don't worry, we have God on our side. We will not be scared. So another person said, thank God. Yes, thank God. So it's Briella said, I'm loving this baby's rain. Oh my. So Premium said, it's raining babies, but if you never ready, carry on. Wahala. All right. Someone else said, you know what you did? Okay, someone else said, oh, it's baby season. May God answer those waiting too. Yes, amen to that. And those waiting for their own children, God will definitely give you yours. Yes. So a lot of persons have actually come out to say, congratulations to Maraji. Yes, another person said, you know, that's Solomon Bucci. He said, you know what you did with this photo. Okay. All right, I don't understand that, but it's all good. So Adun Oluwa said, of all the pictures in the world. Okay. Another person said, oh, never seen her husband's picture. Congrats. Yes. Congratulations. Donna said, congratulations. God, I don't talk. Don't worry. Everybody will get their own. You see? Don't worry. You have your own husband. You get your own spouse. You get your own babies. But babies are actually beautiful. You need to see that. We need to see the picture. Because what? The baby's hand is so beautiful. And trust me, you know, when you've had a child, you carry a baby for the first time, there's this happiness. Oh, there's this joy that you feel. My God. Don't worry. Another person, we have a lot of persons. So please, let's take more comments. So Aisha Olajumoke said, so this woman is on her third child. Take and play first. So all the comments I have already seen. Now every year this one they born. Please leave her. Even if she wants to have 12, leave her alone. Let her do what she wants. So now every year this one they born. Her children never pass 3. So why are you guys always shouting? Please, you should leave her alone. Even if she wants to have like 10 children, it's her business. And yes, maybe she wants to, that's her choice. So please, oh, this is beautiful. That's what I'm not talking about. It's beautiful. And you see her smile. Please, you know, when we have our own children, you know, the smile, the baby will carry this face, carry the smile, carry the, please, just look at this. And she said, hi, baby girl. You see, I'm not trying to side here now, but what I'm trying to say is that baby girls are beautiful to behold. I'm sure you agree with me. I'll have a lot of persons that agree with what I'm trying to say. Baby girls are beautiful too. Just look at how beautiful her arms are. Please. All right, that's all good. And that takes us to our next gist. And that happens to be man uses his brother to propose to his girlfriend due to distance. All right, let's see this video. A man has actually proposed to his girlfriend through his brother. And a lot of persons are asking, well, I don't think I'm okay with it though. You get, that's my own point of view. Like, I don't think I'm okay with it, but a lot of persons have actually come out to say that it's not bad, you know, if I'm not around, my brother can actually stand for me. Yes, if it's about the traditional marriage or anything basically concerning marriage, it's fine. But your brother kneeling down to now give you the ring, I'm seeing it as something else, but then no, it's all good. But another person said that when you get married to the brother, you're getting married to everybody in the house. Well, so a lot of people have actually come out to say things concerning this. So please, let's take some comments. We have a lot of people talking about this. And see, on behalf of Michael, man uses his brother to propose to his girlfriend due to distance. I don't know if you actually agree with this, but if you ask me, I don't think I would. If it's about the marriage part, I definitely I would just, you know, flow, because there are people that are not around and definitely they want to get married. Yes, your brother can actually stand for you. Okay, someone has Paki Surprise Hub said, oh, thank you so much. All right. Someone said, understanding girlfriend, is that you? Please, Chizo, get ready for more on behalf of Michael. Congratulations. All right. So the lady said, God on when? God on when? Like the lady told her, I don't understand this God on when, no, because it seems you get what I'm trying to say. Because me, I don't think I will accept that kind of engagement, but it's all good. So someone else said, on behalf of Michael, I off your God, please don't do that. Okay, Becky Culture Media said, why not use a video call instead? Yes, I feel that's even the best thing. Like, you just do a video call and yes, you video the person and you guys you can actually engage her through that. But your brother standing in for you. Okay. So another person said, why did he kiss her? Why didn't he kiss her on behalf of Michael too? I bet let me ask her where, because that question reached to ask. So Big D said, even on behalf, kneel down. But the other guy was saying, but I don't have to kneel. Sha, congratulations on behalf of Michael. On behalf of Michael, yes, we are saying congratulations to you. So we a lot of persons have actually come out to say things. So Dami Short said, will you kiss on behalf of Michael too? Please, you should ask her. When you should really ask her. So Iwenyi Ijoma just looked at this and like, okay. So Omo Shola said, on behalf of Michael, touch your please. My comment, this comment people, you will not grill. When they give you are giving people hot, but please, you should be coming down small, I beg. So Eyi almost said, as long as they are both happy, congratulations. Yes, and you see, understanding is also key. You get. If she definitely, someone said she's an understanding girlfriend, because this is what I see too. It's understanding. If she's okay with it and she has been with this person, you get, for a long time, definitely, why not? So if the brother can stand in, but me, if you ask me, I don't agree with the point of your brother turning in for you to engage. You get, So Please, that takes us to our next gist. And that happens to be founder of Celebration Church International, Apostle Emmanuel Arin, has announced the establishment of a free primary school in Ibadan, or your state. The clerk revealed that the project, which has just been concluded, is aimed at providing quality education at no cost to children in the community. You see, and it's beautiful to see schools like this established. So sharing photos of the classroom, Apostle disclosed that the initiative is the church's first of its kind and will commence operations soon. So this is like, I'm saying, this is beautiful. The development has been widely applauded by members of the public, with many commending the pastor's commitment to supporting education and community development. You see, this is beautiful to watch. You see, a lot of, like, this is what it should look like. You get, you know, helping people, be there. If there's a way you can help people, because a lot of people are going through a lot, trust me. And even there are some persons that actually don't have that finances to go to school. But when you are there to help and you can help out, why not do that? It's beautiful to watch this, and trust me, a lot of people have actually come out to say thank you so much to Pastor Apostle Irene. And yes, a lot of persons. So please, let's take some comments and see what people have to say about it. So Olonite said, okay, just put that, the clap, and she's dancing. Yes, she's excited. So Tolorun said, wow, my vision will not die in Jesus' name, amen. Amen to that, it will not. So that Akwa Ibom girl said, wow, after some people will say church no they do anything, now evidence be this. So yes, this is all about church. Church needs to show that kindness. There has to be this evidence of what they preach. Yes, and it's beautiful to see that. When they tell you, you need to be kind, you need to do this. Yes, let the evidence be there. And you see, the evidence is there. So another person said, wow, after, okay, if taking the we have a lot of persons talking about this, and a lot of people are really happy concerning the school that has been established for people that are not able to, that are not strong financially to actually go. So they have the opportunity to also go to school. So please, let's take more comments. A lot of comments. So Senator's Home said, thank you, Jesus. This makes me teary. Yes, it's beautiful to see. You see young children going to school and you'll be happy. Yes, at least there's an opportunity for them too. So Flora Sparkle said, how can I like this more than once? I'm so amazed. Yes, I am too. So you see, a lot of persons, a lot of people have actually come out to say things concerning this, and it's beautiful to watch. Trust me. So another person said, great. Yes, it's beautiful to watch. And great. Let's take more comments. We have a lot of people. Yes, Joy QT Beno said, CCI will be known by our love. Oh, wow, that's beautiful. So Apostle once said, a time will come where God will use CCI to lift a village completely out of poverty, and I believe now this is happening. Yes, God will also touch the heart of other people to also help out. You get? When you have this opportunity to lend, to be kind to people, please don't hesitate. Always do that. Be there for them. Help when you can help. Give that help when you can, and be kind to people. It's beautiful to see, and thank you so much to Apostle. So you see, we have another story, and that happens to be a Canada-based Nigerian pastor revealed how her 42-year-old friend has remained single. Please, this marriage is not, I am saying this all the time, like, marriage is not for everybody. See, but then, before I say what I have to say, let's see what she has actually come out to say about her friend that is 42 years, that, you know, she has remained single since then. So, because I don't know how people see marriage. If you ask me, it's not by force, you get, if you are stable emotionally, because going into marriage is not like you're just, you know, you can just wake up one day and you want to, your emotions, everything has to be in line. You get what I'm trying to say? So if you're not stable and you feel that you can't do this, then fine, stay. It's not like it's by force, or nobody's forcing you, or nobody's just trying to push you to you get what I'm trying to say, to be this. So it's your choice. If you want to be in a relationship, if you want to get married, yes, it's your choice. So a lot of fans, a lot of persons have actually come out to say things concerning what this lady has said about her friend. and getting married at the age of 43. Because what she was trying to say was that she even brought people to her friend to get married, to try, kind of linking her up to, you know, to some persons so that her friend can get married. But since she was like saying that the friend was not, that the friend was not being submissive, she was not trying to, you know, give in to that and stuff like that. But trust me, what the friend did, because there was a time she said she also, you know, she also told, the friend told her that there's this pastor that has been helping her out. There's this pastor that has been helping her out. And at some point, the pastor's wife passed on, and now the pastor asked her out. You get? The pastor asked her out, and the pastor now said, okay, can you get married to me? And she was like, no, that she doesn't want. But you want, you know, you like the help the pastor is giving you. You see, another thing is the women too. You know, we ourselves, we need to help ourselves. So let's see what she has said. She said, my childhood friend is 42, soon to be 43, never married and no kids. While we were young, she insisted on not marrying anyone who is more than 5 years older than her. Most guys just hold, eat, and live. She was a devoted believer, unlike me then. She acts like she's better than all. When I arrived in Canada, I introduced 2 different men who were in their 50s. Then she was in her mid-30s. She engaged them but kept it cold. They walked away. She later told me that her pastor, whom she was very close to, lost his wife. I said, hey, yeah, hopefully you can marry him if he likes you. At least you'll be church girl. She said, lie. Unknown to me, they've been extremely close. The man has been sponsoring her lifestyle. He's a lawyer, but early 60s, and she's already 40. According to her, she goes to cook, clean the house, do everything, but nothing else. So the pastor officially asked her out, and she said, so you're seeing this. I think the lady she's not ready. Because with all this thing that this lady is saying, she's not ready. Because if it's somebody that wants to really go into marriage and, you know, so she said she refused. You get it? The man was shocked. He really liked her, told her to go take a master program, which he paid for. But according to my friend, he's too old for her. Until you are 40 already. She attended my first wedding, now the second one. I told her, Ore, you need to work on your character. The pastor complained to her that despite all he's doing for her, she has never for one day buy him a gift. The pastor withdrew all his financial commitments and stopped answering her calls. A year later, the man remarried, and she was very angry. Why are you angry? Why are you angry? And jealous. She claimed he never loved her, and he wouldn't have stopped helping her if he did. I told her I'm proud of the pastor. Please, if it's me, I'll also be proud. I'll be angry at him if he didn't withdraw. She doesn't call first, check in and all. Other guy complained. She said it's a man's duty to call first and those blah, blah, blah. You know, the Bible says, he that wants a friend must be friendly. I've heard pastors told me that they have older sisters in their ministry, never married, 40s to 50s. Kilode. See, I don't know, like, in as much I feel that marriage is not by force, you get? Someone has to be emotionally stable to go into marriage. But I still feel that this lady she's not ready, you get? Because if she's ready, you have somebody that is doing everything for you, like trying to make you happy and stuff like that, and she's not ready, and now you're angry because he married somebody else. Please, let's be true to ourselves. I don't even want to say a lot of things about this, because let her just tell herself the truth. Because you don't need to be angry, because when he was there helping you out, you declined. Now he's married and you're making, please, just stay, because that is where you want to be. So a lot of persons have actually come out to say things concerning this. So please, let's take some comments, because a lot of things. Let's take some comments. So Nad Rasi said she acts like she's better than all. She sets unrealistic standards. The writer is that friend that low-key doesn't like you but likes the idea of you. It's well. Okay. So Omzi said, still, don't lower your standards out of desperation, sorry. Yes, I know that you don't want to lower your standards. I understand. But do you still know that there are some persons you actually pray for? Now, there are some things you pray for yourself, but it's not God's will. Let me tell you. Yes, you might be praying for this particular person. God, I really need this person. I want this person as my spouse. But that is not the person God is telling you to get married to. Yes, definitely. It might be somebody else. And maybe that person that God is giving you, they don't even like that person. But trust me, within that period of time, maybe it's the person, trust me, that's the actual person you need in your life. Maybe not this person. And you know, a lot of persons have actually made mistakes in life, and they'll be like, if I can, you know, go back to knowing that person. It's possible. So please don't even don't go there. Please, let's take more comments. So another person said, Auntie, you are in your second marriage. Better calm down. And it's true, even the friend self is in her second marriage. Seriously. Is well. Her friend is in second marriage. But then, that's why I always say, before you even go into marriage, you need to be emotionally sound. Because marriage is not a plaything. You don't go there to play. It's a serious thing. And when it's serious, you need to use serious measures. So I get what she's trying to say, but see, my own problem about this thing is she's not ready. You get, because if it's someone that is ready for marriage, definitely she'll put in her best. But she's not ready, because even after everything the man has done for her, she still declined. So it says it all. So please, we'll take a short break, and when we come back, we have a guest joining us. So please, I'm sure you wouldn't want to miss the segment. So don't go anywhere. Stay put. Relax. We are coming back. Wait for us. Please stay with us.
Voice of the people. You can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Suibifa Dokobo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenda Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka. I'm about the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
Hi, my name is Tosin Mohammed. I'm a gospel artist. Keep watching VOP TV.
Almighty Father, you are the mighty Redeemer. We've come to worship at your feet, oh Lord. This is Ayotunde Adejimo, chilling with you on the Voice of the People TV. Don't touch that remote. You are where God wants you to be. Listening to the Voice of the People TV.
The Bible says we should give thanks in all circumstances. And all circumstances include the good times and the bad, the high times and the low, the times when everything look as if they are going well, and those times when Enugbe, the ground is dry like the sand in the desert. Those times when you feel like giving up, you should give thanks still. My name is Jeff Melu, and I'm a gospel poet. And you should keep watching VOP TV. Don't touch that dial.
Yes, sir. We were born to give you twale, to give you a shape. People of God, you are watching Voice of the People TV, and my name is Flo Rocker. I encourage you to listen to things of the gospel. You know, we live in a very perilous times where there are some things you watch on television, you will lose faith, you will lose God. Keep your eyes on Voice of the People TV and remain blessed. Flo Rocker says so. Kuzoshi.
Hello, beautiful people. Welcome back to the show, Spotlight. And I am your girl, Precious Agumanu, a.k.a. Call Me Prezi. And yes, we were talking about a lot of things. And yes, we have a guest today. So joining us today is a gospel minister whom God is using to propagate the gospel of our Lord Jesus Christ. She started her singing career at an early age of 10 from Four Square Gospel Church. She released her first album, Isioluwa, in the year 2010. One of the songs in the album won the Hype Award of Best Gospel Lyrics and was also nominated for several other awards. She released her second album, He Reign, in the year 2012. She also has several other singles that are making waves and touching lives across the globe. Her major goal is to create an atmosphere of worship where people are being led to the presence of our God. She's organized a yearly worship concert where she ministers along several other music ministers. She is no other person than Aderonke Ade. Drum rolls. Welcome to the show. Please, she's giving me the energy.
Wow.
Welcome to the show.
Thank you so much.
How are you feeling today?
I'm feeling cool. The weather is so cool.
Yes.
It's been raining.
It's been raining.
Yeah, so the weather is chilling.
You know, this weather is for two.
I don't know about that, though.
But please, you know. So how's the week been for you? Like, one day, was it really stressful, the work and everything?
Stressful, no.
So you've just been enjoying yourself?
I've just been eating, sleeping, interview, sleeping.
Please, I like the eating part because, you know, I love food. Please. I have to say the truth. I love the eating part. That part you call, I've been eating, sleeping. Please, who doesn't like enjoyment? Please, I love enjoyment too.
Work will start by weekend. To be back boss.
Please, she's not. It's okay. So I would like to ask a question about before we go into what we have today. So, what has been the most? Have you had there been any rumor you've heard about yourself that really shocked you? You're like, really? Is that what people think about me? You know, a lot of persons really criticize, you know, people. So I don't know if you've gotten to that stage where someone has actually said, maybe you dropped a song and someone said, I don't really said a lot of bad things. How did you feel? And how did you react to that?
There has always been rumor, except you are not doing well. If you're doing well, definitely there will be a rumor. Or the one that shocked me most, maybe it shocked me most because it's coming from people that I rely on, that I trust.
Yeah.
So I think that was why it shocked me most, you know.
Oh, wow.
You know.
But she, looking at herself, we can actually say she's someone that is very strong. Whatever you put to her, she's gonna grab it. That's beautiful, ma'am. So, why did you choose music? Because I've seen a lot of your songs, and I'm like, these songs are really deep.
Wow. Thank you.
They are deep. They say the lyrics. They say a lot of things. So, how did you come about music? How did you just start doing music?
Music for me is an inborn thing.
Yeah.
Inborn thing, and I think it really shows out very well when I joined the choir back then when I was in primary 4.
Wow.
So oftentimes whenever I sing, people would tell me good pimples is coming out of their body. Sometimes they will tell my dad, take her to studio, she's going somewhere. You know, sometimes I will sing and they will ask congregation to, you know, stretch for their hands towards me when I was small. So I knew something was cooking, but it's just that I can't place it. But as time goes on, I began to walk into it.
So you said you started singing from the age of 10. And how was it like for you? Because I know were people actually looking at you as a young child, or when you come to minister? Because a lot of persons will actually see you minister, and they'll be like, maybe they won't want to listen to you because you.
No, don't get it twisted. That's really attract people
more.
You know, because when you see a small child sounding like a big engine,
yes,
and then people falling under the power of God, so people can't place it. In fact, I remember an incident that my cousin's mom gave me an extra fish because they stay in our house. Their house got burned. They gave me an extra fish, and my cousin were jealous. And the mom said, you sang so well today. You made us proud.
Wow.
And people give me gifts. While I was still small. And a lot of my cousins get jealous. A lot of people in school don't talk to me because I sing in school too.
Wow, that's beautiful. So at that young age, you've already said you've gone into music. Why did you choose? Because I know a lot of children that are then, when they go into music, they normally do the secular, more of the Afrobeat and all those stuff. So why did you really choose gospel? Was it your upbringing?
No, not really about my upbringing. I think what actually happened for me is I find myself in gospel. I find myself in church. So I produced church songs. When I started, it was an inspirational songs, my story, because I had a very terrible, terrible things that happened to me while I was, growing up. So I intend to turn it to songs. So I was more of an inspirational singer then. But I discovered that when I go to gardens like movie, Howard, I will mime my song, the whole audience will be cold. They have to take an extra things, they have to do extra to bring people back into that, party mood. So when I noticed that, so I had to leave my management team. I have to leave my, what do they call it? People that promote, I have to leave their company because they were getting me only
is it like a stage?
Only party things, party, movie, album launch, all those awards.
Awards.
Setting of movies. They're getting me to perform in movies. So when I noticed that whenever I sing, people feel something, so I felt I should go back to church. So I started raising band members and everything.
Wow. So you said you really had a very tough, growing up. So what are your challenges? No, because doing music, for someone like you've done music, you are doing music for a very long time. And trust me, a lot of persons want to know, because you going into music, it was your choice. So how was it for you? Like what were the challenges you faced when doing music growing up?
The first challenges was the man I got married to didn't want me to do music as professional. He just wanted me to sing in church. So that was the first challenge, and it was terrible for me. So it got to a point that I couldn't take it anymore, because the first sponsor I got, which was in millions, he rejected it, telling them that he does not want his wife, to go, out there. So it was very challenging. I had to sneak to studio. I come back, I'll be beaten. And it's as if somebody is informing him that I'm out. When it got to a certain time, I couldn't take it anymore, because music for me is like my life. So it's like somebody choking me from doing what I want to do. So I had to step out of the marriage. When I now became single back, so I channeled my energy towards the music back. So and I started doing it. So I think if I had gotten my marriage right, I wouldn't be where I am today. All glory to God. I'm not where I used to be, but I know if I had gotten it, better, it shouldn't be at that slow. So that was the challenge I faced in life.
Wow. So because a lot of persons are watching and they are really, this is a lot of stories, because, people face similar things like this and they don't know how to go about it. And in that situation, they will be depressed, and maybe they will think about going the other way than following the right path they are supposed to follow. So what really made you stand strong in that situation? What really made you stand strong?
For me, at the beginning was, I want to show off. At the beginning was, I want to tell them that what they said I can't do, I am actually doing it great now. His own family were against me, and they talk bad. Whenever they see my songs on TV, then they were like, she want to be shaking her bum bum. That's why she, So I wanted to, regardless of no sponsors, I just want to do it. I just want them to know that this is me. This is what God has given me, and God is taking me to places. So it's it's with struggle. I was trying to show that, but as time goes on, God began to show for me. And the thing, I don't have to stress myself anymore. He started showcasing me by himself. About last 2 weeks ago, I did a broadcast on my WhatsApp of a video of where I went to go and minister. And the father of my children was the first person to say, wow, of a truth, this is your ministry.
This is your ministry,
He sent me the text. It's not that I can't show you. I'm not with my phone. I was showing you. And I'm like, hey, how long will it take you for you to know that this is my calling? Are you sleeping?
Oh my, this is like, so I don't, I've listened to lots of your songs. Like, how do you get to write those lyrics? How do you get to create those
For me, majority of them,
yes,
majority of them are being taught in my dream. Yeah. It's like somebody's writing on the board, and they will be telling me the harmony, the parts,
yes,
and who is going to sing on that song, who is going to, as in is. Sometimes I'm walking on the road and I'm hearing it on my head.
Wow.
So the verses may not come at that time.
Yes.
So but as we rehearse, we get the ingredients into it. But major songs are given to me in my dream.
Wow. So do you have any project you're working on right now?
Yeah. Yeah, so I'm working on 2 songs.
Wow, that's beautiful.
Which I want to try and bring in artists that are out there and the ones that are behind me, just to lift.
So what are your fans expecting for the song? What are the expectations?
Yeah, every January, which is my birthday, I always release a single.
Wow.
So they should be expecting fire this time around.
Please, we need
fire.
There's no water to quench this one. No. This one is
I can't resist the song. I can't resist it. It's irresistible.
Wow.
Yeah, you should be expecting it. It's been long. It's been long.
Oh my. So what particular song would you say that really touched you both emotionally? And I think it's one of the one you really poured out into. What particular song is that?
What I poured out into was my storyline song.
Yes.
Which is my love song.
Wow.
Yeah, I think I remember when I did it as Silverbird. Everybody was just good.
Wow. So how did you, because I know you have a team you work with.
Yeah.
So how have you been able to pull through with your team? Because I know a lot of persons that will actually come out and say, there are some teams that are not helpful. I'm telling you, there are some teams that are not helpful.
Are you seeing vision? Was it released to you overnight?
No, I'm telling you, there are some things that are not helpful. So how have you been able to work with your team? Because
one look at me in the eyes like this, I categorically told me.
Yes.
He said, do you think I don't have work?
It's finished. It is finished.
And he threw the money at me.
What?
I had to recall, in fact, I disbanded everybody, and I recall them back. I drop it. I said, see, my ministry is a charity. If you're ready to follow me, let's go. If you are not ready, please back up.
Please.
And I refuse to put them into a group since my last concert. I had concert in August.
Wow.
Since August, I've not had them as in a file as a group. I beg. Give me a second, because they're making us, as an artist, lose it.
Yes.
People see us out there and say we are greedy. They don't know that it's the people that is accompanying us, as in making us, forcing us to do some things, because they charge too much, and they want to be in 4 places.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, they want to collect.
You're not talking about finances. A lot of persons have actually come out to say that music ministers, they go to church and maybe they request for a payment to be paid, and maybe when it don't sit well with the person that has a church or the general overseer of the church, maybe they have issues and they post those things online and I think this is what this person is charging. Is a music minister supposed to charge?
Everybody has their own reasons, but I don't charge. And the reason, because I chose not to charge. I feel it's given to me free of charge.
Yes.
So, and I feel I need to reach out to more people. And the only way to do that is just have to be plain. I would just ask you, what do you have for my people? If you tell me it's 5,000 naira, I will go with 1 person. If you tell me it's 10,000 naira, I may go with 2 people. If you say you have more, some will say they have more. Some will say, bring all of them. And then at the end of the day, you have to pay them with your money. But I don't reject anybody. I can go alone. I can go with 1 or 2 or 3, depending on how capable I am, my pockets.
Yes.
That I know, even though if something does not come out, I will feel, because I need to reach out to so many people.
Yes.
And there are some places that you need to go that they may not have your money. So what are you going to do? And it's when you get to that place that you get blessed. That's where your blessing is.
Yes. So like, I know a lot of friends are watching you, and a lot of people are actually watching you right now. So a lot of persons are saying, I really want to go as a young young music minister. I want to go into music too. I want to use this to serve God. So what's your advice for them too?
My advice is just they should keep doing whatever they know how to do best. Yes. They should serve in their local church or find a place to serve. Use that same talent often as possible. The more you use it, the more you find yourself. You will know which area you're good at and the one you're not good at, and then you start dropping, you start adding. So don't sit down. I tell people you don't have to take microphone before you minister. You can minister in your kitchen, in your bedroom. You're going inside the public transport. You can sing and somebody will get blessed. So don't wait for microphone. Don't wait for stage. Start where you are. Use your phone. If you receive a song, record it, send it. Somebody will get blessed, and one day God will, direct your path.
Please, I really want to hear your voice. And seriously, a lot of people really want to hear you sing. So what song will you just give out to people watching?
Okay, let me do my first album back in 2010. Hey, then I was so screaming, like broom like this.
Why you putting
you need to see me that time. When they showed that video to me, I'm like, huh? So let me go. It says, that means the work of God cannot be destroyed. Like I told you back then, I wanted to show off. I wanted to tell them that I can do it. I can become great in this thing.
Yes.
So I started with enemy will gather, then go pafuka, then go jump from pillars, then go jump the pole. When they mention your name, fire must burn, then they can't stop your flow because you're born to reign. You're not a failure, you're not a loser. You know the Sheikh because they can't move me. Baba de Masai, you're not a failure, you don't pay the price. Oh, yeah, see me now. Can you do some shakara? Oh, yeah, see me now. Level don't change,
Yes,
Jesus don't. But I don't want. Oh.
Please.
I started back then rapping.
Much. Thank you so much for sharing your life with us today. God bless you so much. And I know a lot of fans have, I'm sure you enjoyed yourself because I did. And I have fun. So, and that's this where we draw the curtain to our fans, to our viewers, wherever you're watching from. If you're going viral or you're going viral, please tell your story with heart. And don't forget to follow us on all our social media handle at VOP TV Live. And don't forget, I am Precious Agmanu, aka Call Me Prezi. Until next time, bye.
Everybody keep watching Voice of the People. All right? Love you all.
Hello, sweetie. What's going on? My name is Kiki. Keep watching VOP TV. Thanks.
Hey, guys. What's going on? Olumide Oru, the Fresh Prince of Lagos here, and this is VOP TV, guys.
Hello, guys. I want you to please keep on watching VOP TV.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Hafiz Oyetoro. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Shout out to VOP TV.
Very big shout out to the fans and lovers of VOP TV. My name is Tayo Faduro. I'm an actor that you are going to live to love. Keep watching. Cheers.
Hi everyone, so shout out to VOP TV.
2564 is coming up on Burning 9 right.
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. aviation scope. The sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
Observed every 9th of September, the International Day to Protect Education from Attack highlights the impact of armed conflict on education and the need to uphold the right to safe learning spaces. The day, proclaimed by the United Nations, calls on governments and stakeholders to take concrete action to protect schools from attacks, abductions, and other forms of violence that disrupt education. Nigeria has witnessed repeated attacks on schools in recent years, ranging from kidnappings of students to the destruction of educational infrastructure in conflict-prone regions. Stakeholders warn that beyond immediate trauma, attack on schools deepen inequality, increase the number of out-of-school children, and weaken the nation's human capital development. This day also serves as a reminder that education is not just a service, but a lifeline for peace, resilience, and future opportunities.
We have to bring back the prestige the teaching profession used to have. While growing up, if you're a teacher, you're seen as somebody that is doing well. But now teachers are seen as a useless set of people. If that prestige comes back, we would see the Nigerian child learning better because teachers are encouraged. A recent news I saw yesterday, a governor said the teachers should go and clear grass in their schools. Do you expect those same teachers to have the morale to raise good students? No. Last year earlier this year, we had WAEC students writing exams as late as 10 p.m. with candles. We have to bring back the respect for the Nigerian children. These are the kids that will take care of us tomorrow. These are the kids that will take care of us tomorrow. If we do not give them what they deserve now, we would have a Nigeria that we as old people tomorrow would not be able to live in. This is why we have to pay attention to the Nigerian child. It is very, very important. Let's not even go to the areas where they have insecurities and all. That is a story everybody knows. But even in Abuja, we have teachers protesting that they earn less than the minimum wage. There are teachers that earn less than minimum wage in Abuja, and they've been protesting for months. Nobody's paying attention to them. And we have a state where the governor is saying teachers should go and clear grass. It is just not right. And we have to bring back whatever prestige, whatever respect that the education system deserves. It has to be brought back.
As the world commemorates the International Day to Protect Education from Attack, the message is clear. Schools must remain safe haven for learning, and protecting them is protecting the future. Matthew Ogunswada, reporting for Voice of the People TV.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Well, hello and welcome to the African News and Voice of the People Television. I am David Edwin. Before we begin the news, we would urge you to kindly visit our website, www.vop.ng, for fresh and trending news stories. We begin the African News from the story where United Nations investigators have accused South Sudanese authorities of plundering their country's wealth, including by paying $1.7 billion to companies affiliated with Vice President Benjamin Mel for road construction work that was never done. The UN Commission on Human Rights in South Sudan, where average gross domestic product per capita is now a quarter of what it was at independence in 2011, said the payments from 2021 to 2024 were just an example of grand corruption in the over-impoverished nation, citing an annual budget allocation to the president's medical unit that exceeded health spending across the entire country. The UN Commission for Human Rights Council said the country has been captured by a predatory elite that has institutionalized the systematic looting of the nation's wealth for private gain. However, Justice Minister Joseph Gang said in an official written response to the UN Commission that the report was based on figures that do not match the government's own data. He attributed South Sudan's economic problems to conflict, climate change, and falling sales of its chief export, which is crude oil. For the second time, Tanzania's Electoral Commission has disqualified opposition presidential candidate Luhunga Mpina. Mpina led the country's second largest opposition party, the Alliance for Change and Transparency, ACT Wazalendo. Mpina's exclusion leaves President Samia Hassan, who came into power after the death of President John Magufuli in March 2021, a clear run at next month's presidential election, with seemingly only candidates from minor parties allowed to compete. The leading opposition party, Chadema, had earlier been disqualified in April after failing to sign the Electoral Code of Conduct as part of its call for electoral reforms, while its leader, Tundu Lissu, has been in jail for over 5 months after being charged with treason in April. The Commission's move comes a few days after Mpina successfully challenged in court the first decision to disqualify him. The court ruling had forced the Commission to approve Mpina's nomination, a decision now reversed. Meanwhile, the ACT Wazalendo dismissed the disqualification as baseless and politically motivated. Still in politics, and now to Kenya, former Deputy President of Kenya, Rigathi Gachagua, has declared intention to challenge his former boss, President William Ruto, in the 2027 general election. Gachagua reportedly plans to use the newly launched Democracy for the Citizens Party as his platform for the presidential run. He is said to have been fervently courting support from his Mount Kenya backyard, which is a critical voting bloc that was instrumental in Ruto's 2022 victory. In a move that dramatically escalates Kenya's political tension, Gachagua, during his public declaration in Murang, positioned himself as the most courageous and capable candidate to end Ruto's presidency after a single term, setting the stage for a bruising political battle within the heart of the ruling coalition support base. Gachagua told supporters that his return to announce that he has agreed to run for Kenya's presidency. According to him, his bid was in response to a national demand, stating that Kenyans have determined that he is the individual with the courage and ability to defeat President William Ruto. Moving on, Ghana has denied that its decision to accept West African deported from the United States endorsed President Donald Trump's immigration policies. Making the clarification, Foreign Minister Samuel Ablakwa stated that the country was not receiving anything in return. President John Dramani Mahama has said last week that Ghana had agreed to welcome an unspecified number of deportees after Washington asked it to take in third-party nationals. Mahama disclosed that 14 deportees had already arrived, including Nigerians and one Gambian, even as a U.S. judge over the weekend said the Trump administration appeared to have intentionally circumvented immigration laws with its deportations to Ghana. Meanwhile, Ablakwa told newsmen that Accra's decision was grounded purely on humanitarian principles and Pan-Africa empathy, adding that the deportees were being held in detention in the U.S. and risked being sent to unsafe countries. He added that Ghana would vet the deportees to ensure that hardened criminals do not enter the country. Moving on, 6 distinguished Ugandans have been recognized by the World Book of Records in honor of their outstanding contributions to Uganda's socio-economic development, honored during a prestigious ceremony at the British Parliament, where the Cabinet Minister for Energy and Mineral Development, Minister Ruth Nankab-Berwa, First Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for East African Affairs, Rebecca Kadaga. The others were Deputy Governor of the Bank of Uganda, Professor Augustus Nwangaba, Head of the State House Investor Protection Unit, Colonel Edith Nakalema, Senior Presidential Advisor on Agribusiness and Value Addition, Dr. Hilary Musoke, and the Chief Executive Officer, Inspire Africa, Nelson Tugome. According to the Chief Executive Officer of the World Book of Records, Santosh Shukla, these individuals were recognized for their exemplary efforts and commitments to driving Uganda's socio-economic progress. He added that it was an honor to recognize these high achievers in the very heat of democracy, the British Parliament has said. The World Book of Records is a global recognized organization dedicated to documenting world records and celebrating outstanding achievements in various fields. In another development, researchers have confirmed in a recent study in North Uganda that the region is a hyper-endemic area for the pork tapeworm, or Tiana solium. The study found a prevalence of 17.4% of porcine schistosing, an infection in pigs caused by the tapeworm. Additionally, free-roaming pigs that are provided with borehole water or from households that lacked a toilet had a higher chance of infection with the pork tapeworm. The cross-sectional study, which was published in PLOS, Neglected Tropical Disease, was conducted in 4 districts in northern Uganda to validate the geospatial risk maps that identified hyper-endemic areas within the region and to determine the prevalence and risk factor of porcine cirrhosis. Meanwhile, the World Health Organization has said that about 400,000 new cases of childhood cancer are identified worldwide each day, with about 1,000 of them in South Africa. The Childhood Cancer Foundation South Africa says leukemia is the most frequently diagnosed childhood cancer in the country. Regional manager of CHOC KwaZulu-Natal, Agie Govenda, says that in 2025, childhood cancer remains a non-communicable disease that kills children and is the top disease-related deaths among children under the age of 12 worldwide. According to her, nothing has changed. The only thing that still exists is that children are being diagnosed too late. Meanwhile, the leaders of Egypt and Jordan have criticized Israel at an emergency summit of Arab and Islamic states in Doha following an Israeli airstrike on Hamas officials in Qatar, saying that Israel's action hindered any new relational peace deals. Egyptian President Abdel El-Sisi said that Israel crossed all red lines in its strike on Doha. According to him, Israel's conduct has crossed all red lines, and the summit condemns this in the strongest terms, stating that Israeli chaos requires joint actions to protect the Arab League's interests. El-Sisi added that what was happening right now hinders the future of peace, threatened the security of Israel and the people in the region, and adds obstacle to chances of any new peace agreement, and even upholds existing ones. Also, Jordan's King Abdullah II, whose nation also signed a peace deal with Israel 30 years ago, said the strike in Qatar was proof that the Israeli threat knows no bound, insisting that the Arabs' response must be clear and deterrent. Still on the Israel-Palestinian conflicts, the Women Organization of Morocco's Opposition, Justice and Development Party, that's the PJD, says it will boycott the September 19th to 21st World Forum for Women for Peace in Essaouira in protest against Israeli representatives' participations. In a statement, the group urged women organizations, human rights defenders, and civil society bodies in Morocco and abroad to reject involvement in a normalizing event. It called instead for active engagement in incentives that support Palestine and stand against normalization with Israel, denouncing Israel's inclusion in the forum as a provocative step that undermines Morocco's long-standing solidarity with the Palestinian cause. It said the move legitimizes the Zionist war of genocide in Gaza and also Palestine. According to the group, Israeli representative participation in a blatant affront to the conscience of the Moroccan people and all free peoples worldwide following its genocide, starvation, siege, and forced displacement, particularly against defenseless women and children. You're still watching the African News right here at Voice of the People Television. Let's go straight to the analysis segment of the news. Joining us in the studio to make sense of these stories and more is Barrister Darlington Agumo. Barrister is a political and public affairs analyst and a legal practitioner right here in Nigeria. Barrister, a very good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon, David. How are you?
Fine, very well. Thank you, Barrister. How are you doing as well?
I'm okay.
All right, then joining us virtually to also make sense of this story all the way from Uganda is Barrister Edward Okwaro Matakinye. Barrister Edward is a business associate, a human rights activist, and also a lawyer in Uganda. Barrister Edward, a very good afternoon to you.
At the studio, thank you.
Thank you so very much for being here. Also joining us virtually all the way from Kenya is Mr. Martins Herrera Indre. Mr. Martins is also a public and political affairs analyst, a financial advisor, and the CEO, Wealthgate Insurance Agency. Mr. Martins, a very good afternoon to you as well. Well, I understand Mr. Martins is not in yet, and we're expecting him to join in this conversation. Well, let's start off from the studio. Barrister Darlington, again, this is solidarity call on behalf of the Palestinian people by the Moroccan women who clearly are saying that a boycott in the women organization of opposition, justice and development, particularly in the World Forum for Women for Peace in Essex. That's a forum that is going to take place from the 19th to the 21st of this month. These Moroccan women organizations are saying, look, a total boycott of these forum is in total solidarity to Palestinians and, of course, the war ongoing between Israel and Palestinian people. From your perspective, Barrister, the boycott by these women, is this a strong solidarity that might, maybe take another shape, particularly knowing for a fact that some other women, aside the women in Morocco that are showing solidarity, that are boycotting this event, some other women might also take cue from these kind of boycotts?
Yeah, in fact, what they did is allowed an international disagreement.
Okay.
I remember during the days of apartheid, Nigeria, that was under Moritala, I think under Moritala Obasanjo.
Right.
We boycotted the Commonwealth game, and a lot of countries followed suit. It was a disastrous blow to the Commonwealth Games, and so it sent a message. So when it comes to this type of behavior, it's allowed, it's good. It's a very strong way of showing your disagreement over a particular issue that is affecting humanity. And I pray that all our Arab nations, their women should join in this crusade.
Okay.
But that is the only way maybe Israel and America can come to their senses.
Now, looking at this involvement of the women getting strongly involved in this, there was a conversation about the involvement of the representative of Israel, which is the reason why they are boycotting, saying that, look, if Israel is sending their representative, women as well, it simply means they are normalizing the atrocities that is being committed in Gaza, as it were. Would these kind of boycotting see some relative change going forward?
I've just told you, most times it does. Most times, especially when you have a mass movement of women from, Arab or affected region.
Okay.
Imagine all the Arab nations, allowing their women to join this
boycott.
But it will send a message, serious message. That's the truth.
Okay then. Let's take this conversation to Uganda, where Barrister Edward is also standing by. Barrister, again, this boycott is something that has some loud voice, according to Barrister Darlington in here. From your perspective, do you think that this long-standing solidarity from the part of Morocco to, of course, Palestinians is clearly an indication that the Arab League is vocal about ending the ongoing onslaught between Israel and Gaza?
Thank you, and thank you for having me today again in this conversation. Indeed, it is a good sign to start with because what we are looking at, how do we rescue the lives of those suffering in Gaza, those suffering in such countries. You know, it is they say when elephants is fighting, it is always grass which suffers.
Right.
So this is the indication that now the mothers, our mothers have waken up, and we should actually join hands with our mothers to make sure that we are all human. We are all human beings. So I would actually encourage. I would encourage such groups in Africa. In fact, if we could actually join our sister countries in such situations, then we shall be sending a very good message even to those who are fighting.
Okay. Well, looking at the fact that the Moroccan women are saying, look, as it stands, Moroccan people and all free people worldwide following this genocide, starvation, siege, and forced displacement, particularly against defenseless women, they are particular about the fact that women are involved in these attacks between Israel and Palestine. What is your position, looking at the fact that, look, the women are taking the bull by the horn by clearly, from Morocco now, trying to stage a boycott in the World Forum that is to happen from the 19th to the 21st of this month. Do you think this, again, would hold a strong voice, and of course sending a strong voice globally, even across and within the female gender?
It's actually a very strong message. More especially, I want you to put in your mind the people who suffer most in this kind of situations are children and the women, because children depend on their mothers. At the end of the day, you get, for us men, sometimes find ourselves in an awkward situation whereby we may not even defend our own children in a right manner, but mothers always stand by. So I think mothers, women are actually beginning a certain voice which we need to support even as men. Right. Let's support that, and I encourage the Morocco team, Morocco women, to actually continue with the spirit and now spread the message everywhere so that we can now rescue the situation in the Palestinians.
All right then. I understand right now that Mr. Martins is with us right now. A very good afternoon to you, Mr. Martins. He's joined us all the way from Kenya. He is a financial advisor and also the CEO and founder of Wealthgate Insurance Agency. Welcome to the conversation, Mr. Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Andy. Thank you.
All right, then let me quickly get your opinion on the same conversation. Women in Morocco that are practically going for this World Forum has said, look, because Israel is sending their representative, who are also women, we are boycotting this to show solidarity to the women of Palestine and, of course, women in Gaza who are affected by the ongoing situation between Gaza and Israel. This particular boycotting also, they say, is some voice that they want to throw out to the world and, of course, everybody involved to carefully come to the aid of women in Gaza. What's your position with this kind of conversation? Women boycotting such a world forum that, of course, their female counterparts are also going as well. Women in Morocco.
Thank you, Mr. Edwin. From the perspective and the understanding the international law is that and gender equality is recognized in all walk of life. Secondly, women are in the society. Women are being viewed as people who are not their energy is limited compared to men. Right. And but from looking from the understanding of humanity or human being perspective is that all human walk of life are equal and they should be treated with equal opportunities, not being discriminated. And whenever a voice of woman is echoed in a society, It is listened with a lot of keen, depending or analyzing the situation and focusing into the future of how that issue should be handled. So women nowadays, constitution across the globe recognize the voice of women. It is just only a few of the nations that want to retrogress from the colonial system whereby women were viewed as less fortunate. But right now, what man can do, a woman can do, and they should be treated equal.
All right, then. Let's take this conversation still with you and, of course, bring it to a story emanating from your country where former deputy president of your country, I'm talking about His Excellency Mr. Rigathi Gachagua, has declared his intention to challenge his former boss, I'm talking about President William Ruto, in the 2027 general elections. Well, Mr. Gachagua's plan to use the newly launched Democracy for the Citizens Party as his platform for the presidential run is said to be one that is quite interesting in the political space in Kenya. Walk us through the popularity of the man Gachagua if he stands a chance against the sitting president and, of course, the president that you know, President William Ruto, in the next election come 2027. Mr. Martins.
I think from the current political domain, this is a man you cannot eliminate into the 2027 equation, which is our election season. So in this looking into this man is a man who has gained the trust in the public domain. And right now, I think he has become an international move. Bearing in mind, a few months ago, he was in the United States, whereby he was now taking the voice of the people who are in diaspora. Even when we look at diaspora into the population and in the vote percentage, they carry around 5 to 10%, 5 to 10%, which is a contribution to the winning side. Hence, this meaning that he has won the trust in the public. Secondly, being is listening to what people need, and understanding that this man has come from a regime which is not hearing the voice of the people. Secondly, this man has been the victim of the regime, of this current regime, whereby he was impeached by the parliamentary or our legislative system, which now lends to him being a man to watch. And he has come up with a political party called DCP, understanding for you to become a deputy president, it means that you should have a coalition or have a political party. But he joined the UNDA party without forming his own political party. So what we can see that has happened is betrayal, and we can call it political suicide. And that's why he has seen that it is good to form a political party, so that now he can have his voice and hand in the political arena.
All right, then let me go back to Uganda. Barrister Edward, interestingly, the former vice president, deputy president as is were, in Kenya, the person of Gachagua, clearly has decided at this point that he wants to run and give President William Ruto a run for his money. Now, he's following a new party, that's a DCP, the Democracy for the Citizens Party, which, of course, Mr. Martins did affirm a couple of minutes ago that these parties seem to be getting more voice even amongst the people in Kenya. Looking at the political landscape in Kenya, is there the possibility that a man that was impeached by the parliament is going to have some favors from the people who clearly are also disgruntled about the present administration of President William Ruto? Is that what we'll be seeing in the next election? Or are we going to be expecting some political turmoil in Kenya from your perspective?
Thank you. I remember when President Ruto, who's now current president of Kenya, with his boss, that is the retired president Uhuru Kenyatta, were taken to ICC. They actually managed to clinch into power through the sympathy of the people. They probably would use the same narrative right now that the former deputy president of Kenya, His Excellency Rigathi Gachagua, would also actually get the same sympathy from the people, having actually brought the same government into power, because he stood very well with the current president. In fact, with him, we say it is the reason why President Ruto is actually president. So I don't have any doubt, but when you come to the legal perspective, we are yet to know whether the Supreme Court of Kenya will actually declare Gachagua the candidate, because we still have that case in the court to be decided whether it's going to be running or not due to the case which was actually filed. So those are things we are still waiting and see whether at the end of the day he will be a candidate. But politically, he has pronounced himself and is on road, seeing it daily there and there, running on campaigns. So we wish him all the best. Maybe at this time, he will also remove his boss the same way the current president removed his boss after retirement, because the former president had a candidate and he was challenged. Thank you.
Right then. All right, let me bring it to the studio here, Barrister Darlington. Interestingly, the former vice president of William Ruto, who was impeached, like I read earlier, by the parliament, is presently declaring his intention to run. This, a lot of persons have said, is going to be a major political shake in Kenya. What's your perspective of these kind of political tensions that would be taking place in Kenya in 2027, Barrister Darlington?
I don't think there should be any tension about this, because people have the freedom to aspire to any level in their life without restrictions. And the Constitution of Kenya, did not restrict anybody.
But there are concerns, Barrister, there are concerns that the Supreme Court might weigh in on this and, of course, declare Gachagua not legitimately viable and, of course, to run for presidency.
Why?
Well, again, you know how it is. The parliament did impeach him before now. And, of course, some quarters have said that the parliament might want to influence the judiciary as concerning this particular one.
No, that a man was impeached in office does not mean that he cannot return to that office and make a difference. The impeachment it doesn't stop anybody from. It's never done. It can't be done.
Some say, Barrister, that the relationship between the former deputy president and the vice president, I'm talking about Rigathi Gachagua and William Ruto, has deepened worse enough that the president would not want to see him on the ballot. And this, again, using the arm of government, particularly the judiciary, to wanting to making that happen. If that should happen, what would that portend for the political landscape of Kenya, Barrister Darlington?
Which one is more important? Is it the man contesting or the president deciding that he doesn't want him to? Is Ruto the owner of politics in democracy in Kenya? Is it the owner? There are things that are as bad as the man could be, because the last time I checked, the corruption index said that Ruto is #1. I think in Africa, in the world. In the world, yes. So, as bad as he could be, he can't stop anybody from aspiring to be president of Kenya. It's a free world. You have to contest with other people. So all the fears are not tenable. I'm telling you, it's not tenable, except the man doesn't have a legal team that will advise him. Whatever anybody is going to say or do, it will not stop him, except he doesn't want to contest or he's not a strong-willed person. They just want to scare him away. Are you getting what I'm saying?
Right.
It would have been a different ballgame if the man was accused of criminal infraction, and maybe in our own law they said after 10 years or so, and the man have not exhausted up to 10 years. I don't know how many years in Kenya. So these are things that will stop him. But as to say he was impeached and all that, no. The Roto is entertaining unfounded fears. You know, when a man is corrupt, he doesn't want to see anybody challenging him and all that. Let him face, if he's a good president, he doesn't need to entertain any fear.
Well, Barrister, that particular statement takes me to the other conversation here, where the Tanzanian Electoral Commission has disqualified opposition presidential candidate Luhaga Mpina. Now, Luhaga Mpina is another major opposition that is going to give the president Samia Suluhu a big run for her money come the next election. Now, interestingly as it stands, Mpina leads the country's second largest opposition party, that's the Alliance for Change and Transparency. But his exclusion clearly is leaving the president, Samir Hassan, the space to have a free run in the next election. Looking at these kind of conversations, Barrister, the political landscape in Tanzania, a lot of persons have felt, okay, having a woman as a president might have a switch and a big change when it comes to development and, of course, growth in democracy. But what are we seeing here, Barrister?
Why was she why was she removed with the government? Was it not the government that took her to court and said she's not eligible or something like that? Now that they have reinstated her, or is it that they have finally asked her not to participate?
So Barrister, here's the background of this story. Mpina is...
We discussed it yesterday. Go ahead.
Mpina is one who is clearly a major opposition for the president. I'm talking about Samia Hassan, the female president of Tanzania. Now she's been excluded from the ballot by the Electoral Commission. Interestingly, she went to court before, he went to court rather, and the court clearly reinstated him back.
Yes.
But right now, the Electoral Commission has taken him away from the ballot come the next election. What's the implication of this?
The Electoral Commission have no right to do that.
They don't have a right.
They don't. As long as the court has spoken, forget it. No. Yeah, that election, if they carry it out, it will be nullified. Quote me. It will be nullified. As an Electoral Commission, you're supposed to be neutral. Don't take side. On what ground will you disobey court order as an Electoral Commission? On what ground? You don't have any rights. So instead of wasting time and money, you better include the man's name there to avoid the backlash.
And to think that the same Electoral Commission leading to, the opposition party, Chadema, has been disqualified in April for failing to sign the Electoral Code of Conduct as part of the electoral reforms, which again, the Chadema party, the opposition party as well, has failed to sign. This whole situation, is this not land coast to victory for President Samir Hassan?
Look, whatever they are doing, as long as the court have reinstated this man, please, to avoid unnecessary skirmishes and backlash, they should include him, because he will definitely go to court, and the court will shut down the election. The totality of the election.
That seems to be the implication of this decision by the electoral body.
Of course. That is the end. That is how it's going to end up. Okay. No doubt about it.
All right, now let's take this conversation to Uganda. Well, Barrister Edward, you know the background of this story. What do you think is going to be the political face of Tanzania, a country where people think that because having a woman as a president might just be facing so much development when it comes to electoral reforms, development, and all. What do you make of this story, first off, about the exclusion of Mpina from the election come next year?
It does not carry any weight at all as long as the law stands. You know, we are guided by the institutions. We are guided by the judiciary.
Right.
So as long as the judiciary has pronounced itself, the courts of law have spoken, there is no way you try your best to eliminate such a person from the ballot. The only thing the Electoral Commission needs to do right now is to organize peaceful elections and now grant every person, every candidate a space to actually run for these elections to avoid any kind of conflicts or kind of processes in the coming future.
Now, looking at the fact that Mpina successfully challenged the court, the first decision to disqualify him, because it's not the first time he's been disqualified, the court ruling had forced the commission to approve Mpina's nomination, a decision that presently have been reversed. Why do you think the commission, I'm talking about the Electoral Commission, is doing this as against what the court has decided?
You know, that is one sign and one of the stage they are setting up on the court battles, because looks like Electoral Commission is actually biased. It has started showing itself on one side. So doing that must be done with the hand of one candidate who must be actually advising the Electoral Commission and looking at things. You get that Electoral Commission is actually the president who appoints the chairman. And I believe in Tanzania, the Electoral Commission should stand firmly as an independent commission to allow elections go peacefully. That is what I think. So for now, political issues should be put aside because what is all happening right now, it's a political kind of a game that you are watching right now.
Oh, well, let's take this conversation to Kenya before we wrap up the analysis segment. Mr. Martins, Mpina's exclusion leaves President Samir Hassan, who came into power after the death of President John Magufuli in March 2021, a clear run to next month's presidential election, which a lot of persons have said is a major, major violation when it comes to the Electoral Commission, owing to the fact that Tunde Lissu, an opposition leader with Chadema, another opposition party, is still in custody since April, I believe, being charged for treason. What do you think would happen if, again, the commission clearly takes out Mpina's name from the ballots come the next election?
Ending. From the looking of the perspective about the political in Tanzania, you can see that there is a capture of institution, whereby judiciary is pressed to make a contrary judgment, whereby you find Electoral Commission is still under control of the current president. And in this case, when you look at the CCM is one of the political parties that has been on since independence. And another thing, when you look Samia, he is a person who was not in the public domain. He came in the public domain after the demise of the President Pombe Magufuli. Yeah. This means that he is trending on fear that he might lose. And thereby there are other political elite that are saying we cannot lose this presidential election, and because since independence, CCM party has never lost. So there are political elite behind this push of capture of institutions.
All right.
This is one of scenarios where we can see dictatorship, not obeying the rule of law. Right. We can see it is about self-centric, not democracy as per the underlying of the.
Now, in 20 seconds, I would want you to chime in, and of course, this is going to go out to all three of you. The UN report clearly is stating right now that South Sudan rulers have practically starved her citizens and plundering the country's wealth. And of course, that's about also paying $1.7 billion to a company affiliated to the president, Benjamin Mel. From your perspective, what do you make of this report by the United Nations, particularly on the wealth of South Sudan? In 30 seconds, if you can.
Stand on what is still going to happen on Southern Sudan in matters of hunger and the human crisis. This is corruption. This is a political elite that has captured institutions that are contrary to the law of international human law. Right. And I plead with the Southern Sudan, the political class, to address the giant in the room, so that, because where we are seeing, we are not seeing the future of Southern Sudan if this issue is not put to rest.
All right, then. Thank you so very much, Mr. Martins. To you now, Barrister Edward, same question. What do you make of this report by the UN, particularly on leaders and rulers in South Sudan, particularly plunging the country's wealth into individual pockets? What's your position?
Wrong, because we have seen the situation in South Sudan is actually an alarming situation. And I would really plead with the leadership not to actually go beyond what the rule of law is actually states. Right. And they should come up with the solutions of their civil wars and resolve issues so that the humanity can be reinstated well.
All right, then. Barrister Darlington, thank you so very much, Barrister Edward, for that one. Barrister Darlington, 20 seconds.
Yeah, quick one. In Tanzania, I expect somebody to go to court to challenge the Electoral Commission disobeying a court order. And the best the Electoral Commission could even do is to appeal. But they don't have a local standard. They are not a participant in the election. So on what ground are they challenging a court order? These are issues that may play out.
All right.
But somebody should challenge it. Coming to Sudan.
Court, yes.
Coming to Sudan.
Yes.
The UN should not just be talking. They should recommend those leaders for ICC prosecution. That is the only way these guys will come to their senses. They should be declared wanted for what they are doing in Sudan. Because that war is a useless and needless war.
Unfortunately, this is where we have to draw anchor on the analysis segment. I want to say thank you to all three gentlemen for lending their voice in this particular story. We had with us Barrister Darlington Agumor, who is a political a legal practitioner right here in Nigeria. Also, we had all the way from Uganda, Barrister Edward Okwaro Matakenye, who is a business associate and, of course, a human rights activist in Uganda. Also, all the way from Kenya, we had Mr. Martins Njue. Mr. Martins also is a financial advisor and the CEO of WealthGate Insurance Agency. Gentlemen, thank you so very much for being here in the analysis segment.
It's my pleasure.
Thank you so very much. Well, the rest of the African news will continue shortly, just after this very quick break. Please just stay with us. I'll be back at Still the African News right here on Voice of the People Television. Now to some business stories. South Africa has granted long-term leases to oil majors and traders, including BP, thereby ending years of wrangling over short-term leases that threatens investment and supply security. Transport Minister Barbara Crecy, using Section 79 of the National Ports Authority Act, which allows her to circumvent normal procedures in the national interest, extended the lease agreement at the request of the Fuels Industry Association of South Africa. About 70% of South Africa's fuel imports flows through Island View Precinct, which is part of Durban Port on the East Coast and acts as the country's main storage and supply hub. According to the chief executive of the Fuels Industry Association, Fani Nchufularo, the Section 79 later was issued to members and in their favor, having wanted a long-term tenure, which they have now got. He added that for his members, there are ongoing 25-year lease negotiations to commence with Transnet National Ports authorities. Still talking business, the board of the International Monetary Fund has approved a 3-month extension of Zambia's extended credit facility arrangement. Now to end January 30th, 2026, the IMF said in a statement that the extension would allow sufficient time to complete a 6th review of the ECF arrangement and lay the groundwork for future program engagements. And to wrap up the Africa news, let's just talk some sports. The Confederation of African Football, CAF, has appointed Match Hospitality as the exclusive official hospitality services provider for the 2025 African Cup of Nations in Morocco. The tournament, sponsored by Total Energies, will run from December 21st, 2025 to January 18th, 2026, with matches staged across Rabat, Casablanca, Fez, Tigre, Marrakesh, and Agadir. Best known as FIFA's long-term partner for World Cup hospitality, Match will roll out a premium program of ticket-inclusive experiences with the focus on elevating the in-stadium offer for AFCON. Match has also pledged to make available a range of flexible packages for businesses and individuals, giving fans the option to tailor their hospitality experience across venues and matches. And with that sports story, we've come to the end of African News right here on Voice of the People Television. Do well to subscribe to our YouTube channel. On YouTube, we are at Voice of the People TV, and on all other social media platforms, we are at VOP TV Live. Thank you so very much for being a part of this broadcast. I am David Edwin. Do have a good afternoon.
Everybody keep watching Voice of the People. All right? Love you all.
Hello, sweetie. What's going on? My name is Kiki. Keep watching VOP TV. Thanks.
Hey guys, what's going on? Olumide Oru, the Fresh Prince of Lagos here, and this is VOP TV, guys.
Hello, guys. I want you to please keep on watching VOP TV.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Hafiz Oyetoro. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Shout out to VOP TV.
Very big shout out to the fans and lovers of VOP TV. My name is Tayo Fanyuro. I'm an actor that you are going to live to love. Keep watching. Cheers.
Hi everyone, so shout out to VOP TV.
2564 is coming up on Barney 9, right?
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Observed every 9th of September, the International Day to Protect Education from Attack highlights the impact of armed conflict on education and the need to uphold the right to safe learning spaces. The day, proclaimed by the United Nations, calls on governments and stakeholders to take concrete action to protect schools from attacks, abductions, and other forms of violence that disrupt education. Nigeria has witnessed repeated attacks on schools in recent years, ranging from kidnappings of students to the destruction of educational infrastructure in conflict-prone regions. Stakeholders warn that beyond immediate trauma, attack on schools deepen inequality, increase the number of out-of-school children, and weaken the nation's human capital development. This day also serves as a reminder that education is not just a service, but a lifeline for peace, resilience, and future opportunities.
We have to bring back the prestige the teaching profession used to have. While growing up, if you're a teacher, you're seen as somebody that is doing well. But now teachers are seen as a useless set of people. If that prestige comes back, we would see the Nigerian child learning better because teachers are encouraged. A recent news I saw yesterday, a governor said the teachers should go and clear grass in their schools. Do you expect those same teachers to have the morale to raise good students? No. Last year earlier this year, we had WAEC students writing exams as late as 10 p.m. with candles. We have to bring back the respect for the Nigerian children. These are the kids that will take care of us tomorrow. These are the kids that will take care of us tomorrow. If we do not give them what they deserve now, we would have a Nigeria that we as old people tomorrow would not be able to live in. This is why we have to pay attention to the Nigerian child. It is very, very important. Let's not even go to the areas where they have insecurities and all. That is a story everybody knows. But even in Abuja, we have teachers protesting that they earn less than the minimum wage. There are teachers that earn less than minimum wage in Abuja, and they've been protesting for months. Nobody's paying attention to them. And we have a state where the governor is saying teachers should go and clear grass. It is just not right. And we have to bring back whatever prestige, whatever respect that the education system deserves. It has to be brought back.
As the world commemorates the International Day to protect education from attack, the message is clear. Schools must remain safe haven for learning, and protecting them is protecting the future. Matthew Ogunswada, reporting for Voice of the People TV.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Are you ready to lift him high? All around the world, it's time. Let the praise wave ride. It's Praise Wave Live. Oh yeah, the rhythm of grace we testify. Let's go. He turned our mourning into dance.
encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Hello and welcome to another edition of Learning with ITAC. I am Moses Humphrey, and today I'm so glad you're here with me because we'll be diving into the fascinating world of artificial intelligence, that is AI, and how it has transformed learning processes around the world.
Artificial intelligence is not just a futuristic concept. It's here, revolutionizing the way we learn, teach, and manage educational institutions. Join us as we explore the incredible transformations AI is bringing to education, enhancing learning experiences for students and educators alike. To truly appreciate the impact of AI in education, let's take a journey through time. The story begins in the 1960s and 1970s with early computer-assisted instruction laying the groundwork for today's sophisticated technologies. Back then, AI in education meant basic programs offering extra practice in subjects like math and language arts. These early efforts were the first steps toward personalized learning. Fast forward to the 1980s and 1990s, and we see the rise of intelligent tutoring systems. Today, breakthroughs in machine learning, natural language processing, and predictive analytics have given us AI-driven tools that offer highly personalized learning experiences and improve administrative efficiency. AI's impact on education is multifaceted. AI tailors educational experiences to individual needs, creating customized learning paths that address each student's strengths and weaknesses. Adaptive learning platforms adjust content in real time, ensuring effective and engaging learning. One prime example is Professor Potential, an AI personal instructor that adapts lessons to individual learning styles, helping students grasp concepts more effectively. AI tools are making education more accessible. Speech-to-text and text-to-speech technologies, along with real-time translation tools, break down barriers for students with disabilities and those from diverse linguistic backgrounds. LearnMate, an advanced AI learning assistant, supports accessibility and inclusive education by offering personalized tutoring and interactive lessons. AI automates routine administrative tasks, freeing up educators to focus more on teaching and student engagement. From grading to scheduling, AI-driven tools streamline processes and improve resource management. The AI lesson plan generator helps educators create comprehensive lesson plans efficiently, whereas the AI University Admission Counselor guides students through the complexities of college studies. AI makes learning more interactive and engaging with tools like virtual reality, VR, and augmented reality, AR, creating immersive learning experiences. Gamified learning platforms motivate students by making education fun and rewarding. AI chatbots provide 24/7 support, answering questions and offering personalized learning recommendations, fostering a responsive learning environment. While AI brings many benefits, we must address challenges like equity and access to ensure its effective implementation. Not all students have the same level of access to advanced technology, and protecting student data is paramount. Looking ahead, AI will support lifelong learning, promote sustainability, and foster global collaboration. Emerging technologies like AR and VR will make learning more engaging, and AI-driven energy management systems will help educational institutions reduce their environmental footprint. AI will also facilitate global collaboration, breaking down geographical barriers and enriching educational experiences. AI is profoundly transforming education. By embracing AI technologies thoughtfully and ethically, educators and policymakers can create a more inclusive, efficient, and engaging educational environment. As we look to the future, AI will continue to shape the educational landscape, supporting lifelong learning and fostering innovation. The transformative potential of AI in education is undeniable, paving the way for a brighter, more innovative future in learning.
In the heart of Ondo State and Nigeria, there is a place where innovation thrives and dreams take flight. Welcome to Information Technologies Hub and Synergia. At ITAC, we're more than just a technology hub. We're a nurturing and synergistic community that fosters the creation and support of information technology products and services. Here, people from all walks of life come together to gain digital skills and access top-notch infrastructure, turning their ideas into successful digital ventures. Entrepreneurs find a home at ITAC, where they can transform their ideas into successful digital ventures. With the support of our vibrant community, we strive to establish an ecosystem that nurtures creativity, collaboration, and entrepreneurship, allowing individuals to flourish and make a meaningful, long-lasting difference. At ITAC, we embrace the convergence of technology, creativity, and business, fueling innovation and driving digital transformation. Our commitment to excellence, innovation, and partnership supports organizations and individuals in realizing their vision of making a lasting impact on the digital landscape. Join us at Information Technology Hub and Synergia, where innovation knows no bounds and dreams become reality.
Well, come along with me as we x-ray the benefits of artificial intelligence.
There are many benefits to artificial intelligence. Here are 7 benefits of AI. Number 1. Efficiency and accuracy. AI can process and analyze large amounts of data quickly and accurately, which can lead to improved decision-making and cost savings in a wide range of industries. Number 2. Automation of repetitive tasks. AI can automate repetitive tasks, such as data entry and analysis, which can increase productivity and free up time for more important tasks. Number 3. Improved personalization. AI can be used to personalize products, services, and experiences based on individual preferences and behavior. Number 4. Improved predictions. AI can be used to make predictions, such as forecasting the weather, stock market trends, and customer behavior, which can help organizations make better decisions. Number 5. Advancements in medicine and healthcare. AI can help to improve patient care and speed up the drug discovery process by analyzing large amounts of medical data and making predictions about disease progression and treatment outcomes. Number 6. Autonomous vehicles. AI technology is used to make cars drive autonomously and safely, which has the potential to save lives and make transportation more efficient. Number 7. Improved accessibility. AI can be used to improve accessibility for people with disabilities, such as through the development of assistive technologies like speech-to-text and text-to-speech software. It's worth noting that while AI has many benefits, it's important to consider the ethical implications and the potential negative impact of AI on society, such as job displacement, privacy concerns, and bias.
All right, fantastic. Yeah, all right. Now, AI really has mimicked humans and can help you solve some of the most complex problems. All you have to do is usually just impute or ask the question and it will get to it. Well, let's look at what technology the world is talking about for this week. Which technology is at the topmost this week on Tech in View?
Artificial intelligence has taken the world by storm, with tech giants like Google, Microsoft, and OpenAI pouring billions into AI development to dominate the field. But while all of this is happening, Africa seems to be asleep. One young Nigerian, however, is on a mission to change that. Meet Saheed Aziz, a mechanical engineering student at the University of Lagos who built YAN-GPT. YAN-GPT is an AI model that can convert text to speech in Nigerian accented English and native languages.
Basically, Davido Burna Boy performed at the same event in Lagos. This event has sparked many reactions across social media.
Gwamnati mai ci yanzu ta yi wajen cin bayani akan halin da ake ciki.
Amụma ndị ọzọ buru gụnyere imeti ihe zuru oke mụta ụmụaka.
Wọ́n máa rí i pé láti bí ọ̀sẹ̀ mélòó kan ní ìjíròrò ti wà láti.
Later in this video, I'll be putting his technology to test by converting text to speech in real time, so stick around to see it in action. Saheed created YAN-GPT after realizing that most AI-generated voices sounded natural in Western accents, but struggled with African ones. Standard AI models often mispronounce African names and phrases, making them feel unnatural to local users. YAN-GPT was built to address this problem. Designed to read text aloud in Nigerian accent, it captures the rhythm, tone, and pronunciation unique to Nigerian speech. More than just English, it also supports Yoruba, Igbo, and Hausa, making it one of the first AI models tailored to Nigeria's rich linguistic diversity. To make this possible, Saheed trained YAN-GPT using audios from Nollywood movies.
Why are you running? Why are you running?
By combining this with other available data, he was able to create an AI model that could generate clear and authentic speech in Nigerian accents. He built two models, YAN-GPT and YAN-GPT Local. While YAN-GPT focuses on Nigerian English, YAN-GPT Local was created to specialize in reading not just in English, but also in Nigeria's major indigenous languages, Yoruba, Igbo, and Hausa. This expansion means that more Nigerians can interact with AI in their native languages. Both models are open source, which means developers across Africa and beyond can freely access, modify, and improve them. This encourages collaboration, enabling programmers to refine the models to better serve local languages and accents. So a developer from Kenya, Ethiopia, or South Africa can take YAN-GPT, tweak it to better suit their own local needs and languages, and contribute to making AI more inclusive for diverse African communities. But building an AI model has its challenges, especially in a country like Nigeria. It requires a lot of computing power, and Saheed didn't have the money to buy expensive GPUs. Instead, he turned to Google Colab, a cloud-based platform that offers free and paid access to GPUs for AI research. It wasn't the most powerful setup, but with determination and resourcefulness, he made it work. YAN-GPT works by converting text into speech using advanced deep learning techniques. It first breaks down text into simple parts to understand its meaning, then maps the words to Nigerian speech pattern to ensure natural pronunciation. Finally, it generates realistic speech using AI models similar to those used in Google Voice Assistants. This results in a smooth, natural voice that sounds like a real Nigerian speaker. Following the success of the original model, Saheed recently introduced major updates. The first update was making a web interface for YAN-GPT. This makes it accessible for anyone to try out and provide feedback. The second update was the launch of YAN-GPT 2 and YAN-GPT 2B, two significant upgrades. Yan GPT-2 was trained on Yoruba, Igbo, Hausa, and English, integrating both local languages and accented English into a single model. Yan GPT-2b expands on this with text-to-speech and speech-to-text capabilities. Now let's see Yan GPT in action. So now let's open Yan GPT and see how it works. I'm just going to open it now. This is how the interface looks like. So you can see, you can click on get started. Now let me type in some words and let's see. Let me say hi there. Alright, let's see. So you can choose either English, Yoruba, Igbo or Hausa, and then you can choose the voices. After that, then you click on convert. Alright, so it has finished converting. Now let's listen to the audio.
My name is Joseph and I make videos about ambitious technologies shaping the future of Africa. Subscribe for more videos like this.
Wow, he's too fast. But the voice sounds really Nigerian. It sounds very authentic. If you want to try it out yourself, you can go to yangpt.co. Saheed's work has a lot of potential to transform how Africans interact with technology. AI tools have largely been designed for Western users, often struggling with African languages and accents. By creating Yan GPT, Saheed is ensuring that Nigerians and by extension many Africans can engage with AI in a way that feels natural and familiar to them. Beyond accessibility, Yan GPT's impact could be economic and cultural. If you are a business, you can integrate it into customer service chatbot. And if you are an educator, you can leverage it to teach in native languages. By keeping this project open source, Saheed has set the stage for collaborative innovation, allowing other African developers to build on his work and push AI forward in a uniquely African way.
Mariam, what's your name?
My name is Alan.
Okay, I saw that you innovate with the man. What are you doing here?
I'm here to basically network with people. I'm here to learn a lot of new stuff and probably live richer than I arrived here today.
Wow, that's very nice. So I'd love to ask you a question if you don't mind. Okay, so what are 5 ways you can protect your phone from cybersecurity attack?
I think one way is to always make sure that all your passwords are saved and properly locked and encrypted.
Okay.
Another thing you can do is to, if you notice that your phone is acting funny sometimes, you should quickly report to the closest cybersecurity expert you know.
Okay, you can protect your phone by using password. You can password your phone and don't leave your phone unused. Anybody can type anything on your phone. And don't click on suspicious links. And you can use 2-way verification.
I like that. Thank you. You almost got to 5. Wow.
That's you.
My name is Aisha.
Nice to meet you, Aisha. I see that you're innovative man. What are you doing here?
I'm here to learn more about Islam and tech.
That's mashallah. So I would love to ask you some questions if you don't mind. So what are the 10 things you can do with your phone?
Make phone calls, send messages, use social media, use Google, make research, make videos, voice notes.
Okay, that's 7 out of 10.
Mashallah.
I think you got the highest score out of all the people that are coming.
I'm a product designer. I came with my brother who's a full stack developer. And here comes my brother.
Okay, so I would love to ask you a few questions if you don't mind. Okay, so I want you to tell me 10 things you do with your phone.
things I do with my phone. I use it to surf the net mostly. So at times I listen to the Quran. No, not at times. Mostly I listen to the Quran with it. And also, you know, I watch little of movies at times. So I think that's just the basic things. Like, you know, surfing the net encompasses many things, such as, you know, related to work and, you know, gaining new knowledge and all like that.
Well, if at this point in time you don't know how to use regular computer or regular gadgets, then you must have been living under a cave. Oh well, let's let you into the world of applications. Today we'll be looking at a very interesting application, one that you can have on your phone, on your device. And with it, you can solve a lot of problems, make calculations easy. Oh, I think I'm letting you into it already. Oh well, let's go into the app of the week. Well, I must say it's been an interesting ride on the program today, learning with iTag. Well, I have learned something new. I hope you have too. Oh, well, that's it on the show today. Learning with iTag comes your way again, same time next week. Until then, ensure that you learn something new every day. I am Moses Humphrey. I'll see you again. Bye for now.
Ever wonder what inspires your favorite gospel artists? Explore and discover the rich heritage of continental gospel music and how this transformative journey has evolved and shaped cultures around the world. As we dig deep into archival treasures, feel the energy in our praise jam, Gospel Fusion on Voice of the People Television. Tune in this Sunday, 3 to 4 p.m. and be part of a transformative experience that uplifts and inspires. Join us as we explore the transformative power of gospel music and its ability to uplift spirits and unite hearts. Tune in this Sunday, 3 to 4 p.m. on Voice of the People Television. Gospel Fusion. Let's fuse our hearts in praise and joy.
Extraordinary. Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
My name is MC. They call me the Oga Patapata of them are the general overseer of them all. Every man, every woman has got a voice where integrity is the volume. So this is Voice of the People's TV. Voice of the People's TV. So this is the people's voice. And the people's voice is the voice of God. That's the voice populi in Latin. The people's voice is the voice of God. So keep watching Voice of the People. In fact, my name is Voice of the People. Keep watching MC Adobekin.
Hi guys, my name is Kegan. I am Nigeria's biggest tech content creator, and I just wanted to give a quick shout out to Voice of the People TV. Keep watching, enjoy, and you're welcome.
My name is MC Alamano. They call me Enjoyment Landlord. It's VOP TV. Keep watching VOP TV. Don't touch it down. Even if you want to touch it down, increase the volume. If you don't increase the volume, why told me?
My name is Collins Agawabe, popularly known as No Mind, but last, more than No Mind. More. Not be all so the cook right at the fry plantain. We keep on watching VOP TV. The voice of the people, the voice of Edo. If you want to get the authentic news for Edo, the way it be, that's why they show and all they cut anything come on. A VOP TV.
The ozone layer, a fragile sheet of gas high up in the atmosphere, absorbs most of the sun's ultraviolet rays, preventing damage to human health, crops, and ecosystems. Expert warns that without this natural protection, skin cancer, cataract, and environmental degradation would rise sharply. Thanks to global cooperation under the Montreal Protocol signed in 1987, nearly 99% of harmful chemicals like chlorofluorocarbons have been phased out. The United Nations says this success story proves that collective action can reverse environmental damage, noting that ozone recovery is on track and could return to 1980 levels by mid-century. From Lagos to London, campaigns are ongoing to encourage eco-friendly lifestyle, such as proper waste disposal, energy efficiency, and reduced use of harmful aerosols. Schools and community are also joining the global call to fix the sky by protecting the ozone layer. My name is Onyema Franklin, reporting for VOP TV.
Everybody keep watching Voice of the People. All right? Love you all.
Hello, sweetie. What's going on? My name is Kiki. Keep watching VOP TV. Thanks.
Hey, guys. What's going on? Olumide Oru, the Fresh Prince of Lagos here, and this is VOP TV, guys.
Hello, guys. I want you to please keep on watching VOP TV.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Hafiz Oyetoro. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Shout out to VOP TV.
Very big shout out to the fans and lovers of VOP TV. My name is Tayo Faduro. I'm an actor that you are going to live to love. Keep watching. Cheers.
Hi everyone, so shout out to VOP TV.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, It's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand. Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Well, idea matters. In the human evolutionary progression, every achievement of mankind is a product of the mind, product of ideas. You now turn that idea into concrete form. That's really the issue. The conference here is also to come up with ideas that would lead to ideals for the betterment of the country, and that is the value of the conference. Thank you.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. People's Voice, Mondays through Thursdays, 7 p.m. to 8 p.m. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Welcome to Kitty's Corner. Every weekend is a new journey. Join Auntie Oni as she embarks on thrilling adventures. Each episode takes the young explorers to a different fantastical world filled with exciting challenges, making new friends and learning valuable life lessons. The show begins with lots of excitement in a cozy storytelling mood. Parents teach the importance of kindness, honesty, bravery, teamwork, or curiosity. Kitty's Corner is a delightful blend of fun, education, and imagination with catchy songs, interactive games, and heartwarming stories. Join Auntie Oni every Saturday, 10 a.m. to 10:30 a.m. on Voice of the People Television. Kitty's Corner, perfect destination for curious minds.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Voice of the People Television awuchiela o onye nụ ya ka ọrụ ibe ya. Ị chọrọ ịmata akụkọ ndị gbara n'akwụkwọ akụkọ dị iche iche n'ala anyị kwa ụbọchị. Ị chọrọ ịmata ka o si afịatụ na ndọrọndọrọ ọchịchị, agụmakwụkwọ, azụmahịa, ime njem, ọbụladị egwuregwu. Mgbasonyere anyị n'oge ndị Igbo na Voice of the People Television. Anyị nwere ndị ọbịa bụ ọkachamara bụkwa ndị ga-enye aka tapịa isiokwu ndị anyị jiri bịa kwa ụbọchị. Anyị ga-eji ka o siri gbaa n'akwụkwọ akụkọ dị iche iche wee malite tupu anyị akọzie n'uju n'ubi onye anyị bịara na nke ya.
Ịgbamụrụ nzem ọzọ kedụkosi ya gaziere onye ukwu ma gaziere onye nta.
Mkparịta ụka tọrọ atọ ka anyị ga-ewetara gị bụkwa nke ga-eme ka ịmata ka ihe si aga n'ala anyị bụ Nigeria ọbụladị na mba ofesi. Oge ndị Igbo na Voice of the People Television ga na-abịara gị site n'ụbọchị Mọnde ruo Fraịde na SLTV Channel 264. Ekwekwala ka akọrọ gị ya akọrọ. Chetakwa na ọ bụ na SLTV Channel 264 ka ị ga-ekiri Voice of the People Television. Voice of the People Television. Ugbu a iwere karịa olu.
From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Voice of the People Television awuchiela o onye nụ ya ka ọrụ ibe ya. Ị chọrọ ịmata akụkọ ndị gbara n'akwụkwọ akụkọ dị iche iche n'ala anyị kwa ụbọchị. Ị chọrọ ịmata ka o si afịatụ na ndọrọndọrọ ọchịchị, agụmakwụkwọ, azụmahịa, ime njem, ọbụladị egwuregwu. Ngwa sonyere anyị n'oge ndị Igbo na Voice of the People Television. Anyị nwere ndị ọbịa bụ ọkachamara bụkwa ndị ga-enye aka tapịa isiokwu ndị anyị jiri bịa kwa ụbọchị. Anyị ga-eji ka o siri gbaa n'akwụkwọ akụkọ dị iche iche wee malite tupu anyị akọzie n'uju n'ubi onye anyị bịara na nke ya.
Ịgbamụrụ nzem ọzọ kedukosi aga ya gazere onye ukwu ma gazere onye nta.
Mkparịta ụka tọrọ atọ ka anyị ga-ewetara gị bụkwa nke ga-eme ka ị mata ka ihe si aga n'ala anyị bụ Nigeria ọbụladị na mba ofesi. Oge ndị Igbo na Voice of the People Television ga na-abịara gị site n'ụbọchị Mọnde ruo Fraịde na SLTV Channel 264. Ekwekwala ka akọrọ gị ya akọrọ. Chetakwa na ọ bụ na SLTV Channel 264 ka ị ga-ekiri Voice of the People Television. Voice of the People Television. Ugbu a iwere karịa olu.
My name is Esther. They call me the Oga of them are the general overseer of them all. Every man, every woman has got a voice where integrity is the volume. So this is Voice of the People's TV. Voice of the People's TV. So this is the people's voice. And the people's voice is the voice of God. That's the voice populi in Latin. The people's voice is the voice of God. So keep watching Voice of the People. In fact, my name is Voice of the People. Keep watching MC Ado Pikin.
Hi guys, my name is Kagan. I am Nigeria's biggest tech content creator. And I just wanted to give a quick shout out to Voice of the People TV. Keep watching, enjoy, and you're welcome.
My name is MC Alamano. They call me Enjoy Medlandlord. It's VOP TV. Keep watching VOP TV. Don't touch it down. Even if you want to touch it down, increase the volume. If you don't increase the volume, why told me?
My name is Collins Agawabe, popularly known as No My Day, but last, more than No My Day. Or more. Not be also the cook right at the fry plantain. We keep on watching VOP TV. Hey, the voice of the people, the voice of Edo. If you don't want to get the authentic news for Edo, the way it be, that's why they show and all they cut anything come on. A VOP TV.
Every day, more than 10,000 cubic meters of sand are dredged from the Lagos Lagoon. Authorities say this unchecked activity is destabilizing aquatic habitats, threatening communities and placing livelihoods in danger. At a press briefing in Alausa, the Commissioner for Waterfront Infrastructure Development, Dayabush Alebioshu, said urgent action is needed to protect the lagoon.
What are we looking at achieving at the summit? Coming up with policies, agreeing, identifying problems, profiling solutions. I think we have admired our problems for too long, how beautiful our problems are. This is now the time to get up, speak to those problems, come up with policies, come up with laws, identify how we can conquer, and then move forward from there.
Already, erosions have claimed coastal communities such as Idotun village and the Igbejuleki, sweeping away homes, displacing families and destroying livelihoods. The Lagos shoreline has also been threatened for decades, worsened by climate change and human activities. Officials warn the illegal dredging is left unchecked could undermine waterfront settlements and escalate flooding risk. To tackle these challenges, the state government has partnered with Netherlands, a global leader in water coastal management, to find innovative and sustainable solutions. Beyond addressing these threats, the government says the lagoon holds enormous potential for transportation, tourism, fisheries and trade, if properly managed.
We have invited representatives from all of those areas, particularly the royal fathers and the heads of communities. We've invited them. They will be coming as the representatives of those areas, so that they can also tell us what they're experiencing, there's going to be data collation amongst other things. And it's only when you have data, you would know how to use it and how to speak to the problems.
For the state government, safeguarding the lagoon is not just about protecting the environment, but also securing the economy and heritage of Lagos. I am Onyeka Ogolo, reporting for VOP TV.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. People's Voice. Mondays through Thursdays, 7 p.m. to 8 p.m. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
2564 is coming up on Barney 9, right?
The 2564 Atlantic Tower. What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
September 15 marks the International Day of Democracy.
a day set aside to celebrate democratic principles and promote democratic values around the world. First observed in 2008, the day serves as a reminder of the importance of freedom, participation, and the rule of law in building fair and just societies. It also highlights the role of citizens, institutions, and government in safeguarding democracy. As nations face challenges such as political unrest, voter apathy, and threats to freedom of expression, this year's commemoration is a call to strengthen transparency, accountability, and inclusiveness in government.
Talking of democracy, we don't have democracy here in Nigeria. In fact, if you ask me more, I will tell you everybody to find their way. Divide the country. Let everybody be. As you can see, everybody's agitating. People from the eastern are agitating for Biafra. Some from west are agitating for Odua. I believe up north, some are agitating for Arewa. So, talking of democracy, for me, Nigeria, we don't have it yet. So the best thing that will bring peace, if at all, is everybody to go their way. Release of Nnamdi Kanu will make everything work out. If Nigeria will still continue, fine. If it doesn't, so be it.
Well, there are so many things that are bad about the country right now. Things are getting out of hand. Imagine fuel of yesterday, it's now almost 800 and something naira. Diesel is not something we cannot even talk about. The country on its own is too poor. Our naira note is very poor, so everything about the country is too poor. We need the leaders to step up and do the betterment for this country.
Democracy that one don't have a speech. There's no freedom of speech. My brother, I don't think we are in democracy. We are a military regime. This is not democracy at all, because you will not allow to talk. They will not allow to protest. So I don't understand. If she reduce the price of fuel, subsidy should come back. Then our naira should rise up and defeat the dollar. That is it. Nothing more than that. It should bring down the economic. Let Nigeria economy be stable. Now we will be buying rice for 80,000, 80-something. Unless you want to eat stone rice, that is why you will be going for 40,000, 50,000 rice. So that is it.
The United Nations urges everyone, from leaders to everyday citizens, to work together in defending democracy, ensuring that the rights and voices of all people are protected. Oyindamola Olukutan for Voice of the People TV.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Welcome to Kiddies Corner. Every weekend is a new journey. Join Auntie Oni as she embarks on thrilling adventures. Each episode takes the young explorers to a different fantastical world filled with exciting challenges, making new friends and learning valuable life lessons. The show begins with lots of excitement in a cozy storytelling mood. Fairies teach the importance of kindness, honesty, bravery, teamwork, or curiosity. Kiddies Corner is a delightful blend of fun, education, and imagination with catchy songs, interactive games, and heartwarming stories. Join Auntie Oni every Saturday, 10 a.m. to 10:30 a.m. on Voice of the People Television. Kiddies Corner, perfect destination for curious minds.
The International Day of Charity, observed every 5th of September, was established by the United Nations to recognize the power of giving in addressing global challenges such as poverty, inequality, and hunger. Across the globe, individuals, organizations, and communities are engaging in acts of kindness, fundraising drives, and volunteer service